Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, students. Good morning. We want to welcome you to the 32nd National Students Election. Usually we should be having a council, but because of the times and seasons, we have gathered here today, here at Kampala Senior Secondary School, to hold elections. With that being said, I would also like to let us know that today we are live here in Kololo. We are live in northern Uganda at Minakulu Technical Institute in Oyam. We are live in Mbale at Mbale School of Nursing and Midwifery. We are also live in Barara at Mayanja Memorial Training Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to stand up and begin the day with national anthems. I'd also like to request the people leading prayers to come up so that as soon as we're done with anthems, we can do the prayers. We will do the Ugandan national anthem and the East African anthem. Thank you. Let's have prayers.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ngati Aisha, a student from Trinity College, Nabingo, aspiring for the post of Secretary Interschool Affairs. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let's pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahman Rahim. Malik yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim. Wairi maghdubi alaihi waladdallin. Amen. Thank you very much. I remain Ngati Aisha, aspiring for the post of Secretary Interschool Affairs. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning. My name is Nashten Delaila from Islamic University in Uganda, Kampala campus, and I'm the Lady Vice President-elect. Let us humble ourselves for the prayer. In the name of the Almighty Lord, the most gracious, the most merciful, praise be to Allah, the Creator and the Sustainer of the world, most gracious, most merciful, Master of the Day of Judgment, you do we worship and you we ask for hope. Show us the right path, the path of those to whom you have granted your blessings, those who are neither subject to your anger nor have gone astray. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Navyonga Monica, and I'm a delegate from Kampala University, Gaba. Let us humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Lord, before you is a great delegation. Before you is a great team. Oh Lord, we pray that you intervene in whatever we are going to do here. We pray that whatever we are going to do here may be for the good of our country. We pray for our mother, Janet Kataha Museveni, and our president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, that you may give them a long life. We pray for Unsa. We pray for wisdom in whatever we are going to do. We pray that you give each and everyone here the wisdom to choose the right candidates that will take Unsa to the next level. Through Christ our Lord, I've prayed.
Thank you very much. You can take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Beatrice Kamakune. I am the outgoing Deputy Speaker of the Uganda National Students Association, and I will be hosting you today. Like I earlier said, we are gathered here for the 32nd Uganda National Students Elections. Naturally, we would be having council, but because of times and seasons, we are unable to have council, so today we gathered here purposely to have elections. I hope that is clear. But also, ladies and gentlemen, I see in our midst we have invited guests. I'd like us to recognize the presence of the Honorable State Minister for Sports, Honorable Dennis Hamson Obua. He is also an Unsa alumni who has risen through different levels of leadership up to this level. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also want to thank the administration of Kololo Senior Secondary School who accepted to host us here today. Please clap for them. I'd like also to thank the patron of the Uganda National Students Association, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who made sure that we are able to have these elections by funding them. I'd also like to thank the Office of the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Museveni, who has also been meeting us back and forth to make sure we have these elections, and she delegated the Honorable Minister to be here with us today. We don't take it for granted. We thank you. And more importantly, we would like to thank the National Information Technology Authority, NITA, who have made sure that despite the difficult times we are in, and able to meet in our usual large numbers, provided us with technology to be able to have these elections. Like I earlier said, we are live in Barara at Mayanja Memorial Training Institute. We're live in Mbale at Mbale School of Nursing and Midwifery. We're live in Northern Uganda in Oyam at Minaklu Technical Institute. So please clap for NITA. Ladies and gentlemen, with that said, I would like us to start with opening remarks, and we will start with the head teacher of Kololo Senior Secondary School. You're welcome, sir. Please clap for him.
Chief guest, the Honorable Minister of State for Sports. I was betting with my Unsa patron here for Honorable second name, Harrison Armstrong. I don't know who's going to take the bet, but we welcome you most warmly to Koro Senior Secondary School to officiate at this function. I'd also like to welcome the other visitors who have accompanied you on this function. Thank you so much for coming to Koro Senior Secondary School for this 32nd Annual Delegate Conference of Unsa. Our chief guest, in a special, so allow me to welcome the people we've been told we are with in this conference who are all over Uganda. Those people, our delegates in the north, how I wish we could see them. We welcome them to Koro Senior Secondary School, though virtually. We also welcome those from the east, and those from the north I'm saying, Apoyo Bino. And those from the east, Murieno, who are assembled in Mbale. We also welcome those who are in Mbarara. Much as you are far, but welcome you to Koro Senior Secondary School for this special function. As Koro Secondary School, definitely, we feel profoundly honored to host the Unsa National Delegates Conference, the 32nd of its kind in the history of Unsa. Of course, we'll go down in history that the first virtual Unsa National Delegates Conference was held at Koro Senior Secondary School. Thank you, organizing committee, for choosing Koro Secondary School among so many other schools. Our chief guest, it will be most unfortunate if you go away without knowing anything about Koro Secondary School. This school is 70 years old next year, having been founded in 1952. It is located in the central division of Kampala. And next to us, for purposes of security, we have Kira Road Police Station near us. So in case of any security challenge, I'm sure we are well secured. It is a day school, hosting about 3,500 students who come here every morning and then go back to their respective homes every day. We'd like to thank the parents of Kampala for feeding us with that large number of students. The school is manned by a staff of 110 teachers with 30 support staff. Our chief guest, academically, I must inform you that we are competing very well in the region and also at national level. Permit me also, on behalf of Koro Secondary School, to thank the outgoing Unsa executive for the work they have done for the association, and also welcome in advance those who are to be ushered in today. Through the day's elections, I'm sure all of you are going to be winners. We shall not get any loser today. All those who are going to participate in the elections, all of you, I'm sure, are going to be winners. But the mere fact that you're going to put up your hand to say that they want to be elected as a leader, you have already won. So we thank you for aspiring and wishing to lead. And I'm also saying that being a leader is not just about a position. Even if you are not elected to a position, you can still be a leader, and we invite you to be leaders. With those very few remarks, once again, I'd like to thank you so much for having been able to come here, and I wish you a nice delegates conference. Thank you very much for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, the head teacher, Kololo Senior Secondary School. In a special way, I would like to recognize the presence of the outgoing Unsa NEC led by the President, Mr. Vyakutangaza Ezra. Please stand up and wave to the people. Members, that's been your outgoing NEC. They've done a good job despite the challenges of COVID-19, and I would like us to clap for them. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome the Executive Secretary of Uganda National Students Association, Mr. Cherukut Toskin.
Thank you, the MC, Madame Beatrice Kamakune, a student of Cavendish University. Honorable Miria Babalanda, who is not here, we have information that she's representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, on this occasion. Honorable Hamson Obua, State Minister for Education, the MPs who are present here, the desk officer in charge, Uganda National Students Association at the Ministry of Education and Sports, the headmaster Kololo SS, chairperson of NYC, who was invited here, and your executive, outgoing Unsa NEC members. Permit me remove the mask. Student leaders present here and all the delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Toskin Fred Cherukut. I am the Executive Secretary of the Uganda National Students Association. I take this wonderful and rare opportunity to address you today on this eve of the 32nd National Students Elections. Permit me, first of all, to thank the Honorable Minister Hamson Obua for accepting to stand forth for Mama and come and grace this occasion. You are welcome, sir. Permit me again to thank the head teacher of Kololo Secondary School for allowing us use the school and these wonderful facilities. I'm excited and we are very, very happy. This council, sir, Honorable Hamson Obua, Minister, was scheduled to take place around May on 29th. Unfortunately, we had financial issues and we didn't have that council on that day. We postponed it to allow the ministry and His Excellency, the President, who is also our patron, to support us. And indeed, he supported us, and we fixed this council for 9th to 12th. And it was supposed to take place in Shimone, Primary Teachers College, supported by Kololo. Kololo was giving us all the mattresses that all these delegates were going to use for 4 days. Unfortunately, COVID restrictions were announced by the President just 2 days towards the time when we were supposed to report, and this council moved on until recently when they allowed 200 people to have a meeting or a gathering. It's upon that background that we requested the ministry that why don't we divide our delegates into 4 groups so that we have 200 in Barara, 200 in Mbale, 200 in Gulu, and another 200 here. And it was accepted. I want to thank the ministry for allowing us to gather for the first time at regional level and supporting the event logistically or otherwise. The ministry is providing transport refund for all the delegates assembled here, depending on the distances where they are going. Kampala will get the list because they are around here. and then it keeps increasing as the distance increases according to bus fare. And that will happen in all other venues outside that have been mentioned. The welfare is going to be taken care of again by the Ministry of Education. Lunch, breakfast, and even supper for those who slept here and those that might sleep when the event goes beyond 6 o'clock. We have 609 candidates for this election, 609, and we call them delegates. Sorry, thank you for the correction. 609 delegates for this election. Kololo is hosting 201, Mbale is hosting 156, Barara is hosting 123, and Gulu is hosting 129, altogether 609. Then we have 130 coordinators divided in all these regions. They are the ones that manage Unsa at district level. We have 47 candidates. We had initially registered and nominated 47 candidates to run for the 12 elective positions. But due to the due diligence we carried out on these candidates, they were reduced to 37. I will not go into the details of why they reduced to 37, but some of them did not present national identity cards, which was a must. There's one candidate who presented a foreign national identity card, and we could not allow a foreign student head a national students organization in Uganda. I don't think that a Ugandan student would become the head of a Kenya National Students Union. Permit me to thank the outgoing NEC members. Please, you stand up again, and they recognize you. Please, you clap for them. Asante sana. That NEC is headed by President, His Excellency, Dr. Angaza Ezra. They have been very, very good to me and to the administration of UNSA and to the entire ministry, very productive and disciplined, even working in the very hard times of COVID. I know the president will say something about it, but they have been very good. Permit me to thank the staff of UNSA. Coordinators, if you are here, please, can you just stand up for recognition? Some of them are doing work the other side, just wave. Permit me to thank the secretariat staff, they're also there. These coordinators are secretariat staff, but assigned to the district. Permit me also to thank the security for the good job they have done. We are living in fear of terrorism, and when you saw them saying, please, you are upset, let's go out, check, yes, thank you very much for checking them. Yes, you might have been inconvenienced, but that is the standard procedure. Thank you very much, security. I think with those few remarks, I wish to end my speech. And I've been informed that the Minister, Honorable Hamson Obua, has another meeting, and permit me, sir, to use the headmaster of this school to welcome you. Sir, yes, in seniority, the headmaster is above my ladder. It's a U1 scale, I'm U3.
Before I do so, allow me introduce the host, UNSA patron. Mr. Eric Picho is the host patron for this delegates conference. It's now my singular honor, Honorable Minister, to invite you to address the delegates assembled here. Honorable Minister, sir.
Good morning, friends. Good morning. May the peace of the Lord be upon you. May the peace of the Lord be upon you. The leadership of Uganda National Students Association, here represented by the President and the Speaker and all members of the National Executive Committee, the head teacher and the administration of Kololo Senior Secondary School, all the delegates physically present at Kololo SS, those who are attending virtually gathered in Oyam, Mbale, and Mbarara, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities. My name is Obua Dennis Amson. I represent the people of Ajuri County, Aleptong District, and Minister of State for Education and Sports, whose docket is in charge of sports. Ladies and gentlemen, in your respective capacities, the leadership of Uganda National Students Association invited Mama, the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports, to be part and parcel of this important 32nd Elective Students' Council, where all the student leaders drawn from North, East, Central and Western Uganda are gathering physically and virtually to elect the leadership of the students of Uganda for the next 1 year. I wish to bring to you a humble apology because of other commitments at the level of the state. She wasn't able to make it here in person. She delegated me and requested me to stand in and represent her. The choice to me was a good choice because I speak to you as an alumni. I speak to you as a product of not only Uganda National Students Association, but also of the different structures of the National Youth Council of the Republic of Uganda. So I come to you as your member by belonging, as your member by association, as someone who sat in that same chair where some of you are seated some times back. And here we are. I was specifically requested to extend salutation to the outgoing leadership of Uganda National Students Association for restoring stability in the leadership of the students of Uganda. Can we clap for the outgoing NEC? You are all aware that in the recent past, the history of Uganda National Students Association was not getting far from the preamble of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. For those who have read some bit of constitutional law, you know the preamble, you can recite it. We, the people of Uganda, recalling our history that has been characterized by political turmoil, that was exactly what was happening in Unsa in the recent past. But the leadership that is outgoing stood tall, stood firm with the support of the different student leadership in the country and restored stability. That is the reason why today we can sit here while our friends are also attending this particular delegates conference virtually. We want to salute you as Ministry of Education and Sports. I also salute Kololo Senior Secondary School for accepting to host this 32nd Elective Students' Council. Thank you so much, head teacher, and thank you for taking me through the tour, although I had come here for this particular program. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, This is going to be an elective assembly. From Unsa to Youth Council, I have participated in 4 consecutive general elections. I joined Parliament before I was 25. I have been in Parliament for the last 4 consecutive terms. You can guess how old I am. From Unsa to Youth Council, I stepped into the National Assembly representing the youth of Northern Uganda. From that time to date, despite that very high rate of attrition, I am always one of those few survivors of 10%, 15%, by the grace of God and Allah. But it takes extra effort. It takes extra effort like the efforts that has been done by the outgoing NEC to ensure that we restore stability. Where you are seated is where I was, and where I am is where you are coming. But what will guide you? Your attitude will determine your altitude. All of you are politicians in your own rights. You are leaders in your own rights, not only of tomorrow, but today and tomorrow. I would want to wish those who are contesting good luck. But if you don't win, it is not the end of the world. Continue supporting the incoming NEC. Do not start forming cliques to take us back to where we were. Uganda National Students Association provides a platform or an opportunity for the country to identify, to nurture, to groom, and to mentor leaders. And to me, I love to refer to Unsa and the Youth Council as the political nursery bed, where leaders are identified, leaders are nurtured, leaders are groomed, leaders are mentored, and they feed into the mainstream political body of the country. When you come to Parliament, you will have quite a number of the alumni of Unsa. I think the most prominent is Right Honorable Dan Fred Chidega, who raised or rose through the structure up to the level of Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly. He was a product of Unsa. We must clap for ourselves. There are many of them in cabinet. Honorable Frank Tumebaze, we elected him. I was a member of DEC, but for them, they're already in higher institutions of learning. Honorable Peace Mutuzu, Frank is now Minister of Agriculture. Peace Mutuzu is a minister in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I am here in the Ministry of Education and Sports. Honorable Peter Ogwang, that is at the level of ministers. The list is long. In Parliament, the list is long. So friends, ladies and gentlemen, you are on the right trajectory. You are on the right trajectory. Keep safe, be disciplined, concentrate, avoid cliques, concentrate on your leadership, and the sky will be your limit. I want to move towards the end and make an appeal to you, the student leaders. You are aware that because of COVID-19, the country had to close schools. For higher institutions of learning, we have just opened 2 or 3 days ago. At the level of higher institutions, we are more or less 18 years and above, and therefore we qualify for vaccination. As student leaders, take a center stage in appealing to your fellow students to vaccinate against COVID-19. Are we vaccinated? Are we vaccinated? You must lead by example. I was MP number 3 to get vaccinated the moment they announced. When the second wave came, those who had talked against vaccination, some of them had to run to join the queue, but it was a bit late. Some of us were now celebrating even the second dose. So I want to appeal to you that help the ministry, help government, life first. You can't be a student leader when you are dead. You are dead, that marks the end of you. The moment you are buried, people will pray in the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Mourners will say amen. You will never rise again like Jesus Christ. It is only in the history of humanity that only one person rose from the dead. That was Jesus. But you and me may not. So if we can prevent, prevention is better than cure. Mr. President and the Speaker, I congratulate you on this 32nd edition of the National Students Delegate Conference. We are available to offer advice to NEC. Feel free, just like you have always come to our offices. I requested to depart because you are aware in 2022 we shall be participating in the Commonwealth Games. One of the activities preceding the Commonwealth Games is what is referred to as the Queen's Baton Relay. The Queen's Baton Relay is a precursor to the Commonwealth Games. And this baton moves to all the 72 member states of the Commonwealth. We are privileged that today, 1 hour from now, the Queen's Baton Relay will be touching ground at Entebbe International Airport, and I'm supposed again to receive it. Then later on, we take it to where it is supposed to go. So I've requested the leadership that I will speak, and you will permit me to take leave to receive the Queen's Baton. We are a former colony of the Commonwealth. We hosted the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, and we are participating in the Commonwealth Games, and it is important that we give the Queen's Baton Relay that comes with the message from Her Majesty the Queen, the necessary due respect that should be accorded to it. Otherwise, I salute you, those in Uyam, those in Mbale, those in Mbarara, and those who are physically present at Kololo Senior Secondary School for this high voltage 32nd elective Students' Council. I wish you all the best. May the best leaders be elected. But as you move out of here, behave like sportsmen. When you are beaten, like my team in England called Manchester United was beaten by Liverpool 5-0. We celebrated the beating together, and we mourned together as a team. Again, when we gave Tottenham Hotspur 3-0, some of you who support Arsenal were not happy, and Liverpool. But that is the way of life. When you win as a team. When you draw as a team. Even when you lose, you must accept that you have lost as a team. We have all lost, we have all drawn, we have all won. The celebration is for Uganda National Students Association. May God bless you. I wish you a successful 32nd elective Students' Council. God bless you, for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Every time I hear you speak, I wish that all of us continue to look at you as a representation of good leadership in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the 31st Vice President of Uganda National Students Association to offer our vote of thanks to the Honorable Minister. Welcome, the Vice President.
All protocol observed, but most importantly, the Honorable Minister Hamson Oboa, as the 31st National Executive Committee of Uganda National Students Association, we would love to give a vote of thanks to you for always showing up every time we request for your presence. And not just for today, but we've noticed that every time we want, let's say, to speak to Mama, to speak to the President, to speak to anyone, you're always available for us. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As the 31st National Executive Committee, since you've always been there for us, we have one request, one last request, that the handover ceremony of the outgoing NEC to the incoming NEC is hosted by our patron, His Excellency the President, at State House in Entebbe, or any other state house that we can approach. Yeah, but as the 31st National Executive Committee, that would really do it for us, because we never actually had our own handover due to COVID and other problems that came in. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, the outgoing NEC. And I am hopeful that the incoming NEC will not just be an example to the students of Uganda, but will outshine us. The outgoing NEC is very, very much okay to see other NECs outshining us, because that would mean that UNSA is progressing. My name is Ninsima Helen, the outgoing Vice President, Uganda National Students Association.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I would like to request that just for a few minutes you listen to the speech of the Executive Director, Nita, because Nita is the one that has enabled us have this hybrid kind of events. Ladies and gentlemen, the ED Nita was not able to come physically, but he's here with us, and the team will be able to share him with us to be able to give us a speech. Please welcome Dr. Hatwib Mugasa.
Okay. Greetings to you all, and thank you very much, dear MC. I want to thank you so much for the invite for the National IT Authority. And my name is Colin Babirukamu. I'm Director for E-Government Services, and also speaking on behalf of the ED, Dr. Hatwib. And I just want to, first of all, thank the Honorable Minister of State for Education for the kind remarks and the encouragement to the youth and to the people, and for the wonderful words that we have received, and understanding your journey of success, and a reminder to every young person that you can actually do it. I also want to thank the UNSA leadership for the partnership that we've had with NITA Uganda. I also want to thank the delegates who I can see from Gulu, from Mbale, from Barara, and of course those who are live in Kampala. So I bring you greetings once again from NITA Uganda. Our job, as you can see, is to drive the IT revolution. It is also to digitize Uganda. The youth are extremely center in whatever we do, and they are the greatest citizens and population that we serve. Our job is not just only to serve governments to governments connecting, but also to ensure that our citizens are fully digitized, and ICT is part of the economic and social transformation. So I just want to say a few words to you and just say we wish you a great deliberation today for your 32nd election. And we want to just say that we are here to support you wherever we can. We thank you for the partnership that we continue to have, and we look forward to a longer, fruitful partnership with UNSA. NITA is here to partner with you and to continue to support you. I know that we had the opportunity to provide internet connectivity to all the 4 locations, and this is part of our role, our national role in Uganda. I know that we have also enabled your live streaming. This is the next normal, this is the new normal, and I don't think we're going backwards now. We can allow anybody, anywhere in the country to communicate, to have a discussion real time together. And this is the kind of thing that the NRM manifesto has continued to encourage with the peace and the facilities that we have today. I know we've also allowed video and audio streaming, and of course the election awareness on social media and the Wi-Fi access that you're having as delegates. This is only a part of what we do as NITA, but overall we are excited to be a part of the national transformation, even of the Ministry of Education. Right now, we have e-learning solutions with Ministry of Education and UNICEF that we are now pioneering around the country in school laboratories, and we shall be reaching out to UNSA to see how we can actually work together. It's possible for us to have content for these different subjects out to all our students anywhere in the country using ICT. And that's one of the things we want to have as much support from you, Honorable Minister, even as we advance digitization. E-learning is upon us, it is necessary, and we must work together. But allow me at this point to just wish you all wonderful deliberations and wish you all a wonderful elective council that you're getting into. For God and my country, thank you once again. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Just before the minister leaves, I don't know if the camera people are around. We would like to request a photo session with the minister and the outgoing NEC, and then we will proceed. Yes, here with the background.
Continue talking and thank Honorable
First, we'd also like to, once the desk of sir, our representative at the ministry, Mr. Cosmas, would like you to join us. And the head teacher, Kololo Senior Secondary School. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Yes, now the minister is leaving, but we will continue with the program. But just before we proceed, I would like to thank the technical team at NITA for doing us a good job, led by Madeline. Please clap for them. The guys here, right here on the technical table. Yes, thank you, Madeline. Thank you. Would also like to thank the Honorable Amoru Paul, the MP for Dokolo. He's the one who made this connection with NITA. And since then, the conversations have been smooth and progress until today. So would like you guys to clap for them as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the speeches. I would like, while we wait for the speaker, I would like the team to play an interlude because the speaker and the president will be speaking next. Delegates, for places of convenience, if you need to use the washroom, you'll just need to go down the area where you had breakfast, take the exit gate, and walk straight to your right in an orange sort of building. That's where the places of convenience are. So next, we'll be having the final lap of speeches before we actually do what brought us here today. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll give the speaker 1 minute to settle down after escorting, and then I will invite him to give us his remarks. Oh, okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, when you are ready, I would like to invite you to come and address the delegation. Ladies, please put your hands, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the outgoing speaker.
The patron of the Uganda National Students Association and the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Tubuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, who has been represented by Honorable Minister Mire Babaranda, the Minister for Presidency, Honorable Minister for Education and Sports, the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Janet Kataha Museveni, who have been represented by Honorable Minister Hamson Obua, the Permanent Secretary Minister of Education and Sports, and who doubles as the Chairman, Board of Trustees of the Uganda National Students Association, the Executive Director, National Council for Higher Education, the outgoing National Executive Committee, led by His Excellency President Ezra Byakutangaza, the head teacher of Kororo SS, all candidates, and the whole delegation of the 32nd National Students Council, sitting today. Ladies and gentlemen, the leadership of Unsa conveys their warm regards to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. We are appreciative of the fact that you have accepted to associate with the students' movement of Uganda, and most importantly, for accepting to work closely with us, guiding us, supporting us. We report that due to your guidance and support, Unsa has and continues to enjoy reasonable support from the most government organs and agencies. Today is yet another historical day in the life of a great institution, Unsa, where we are going to see yet another students of Uganda electing another National Executive Committee to take on the mantle of this noble institution. As we all may know, that the leadership of Unsa changes every year, and we ought to have had this election in December 2020. But for reasons well known to us, that is the COVID-19 pandemic, that since changed the world in very many ways, including the manner in which we are holding today's national meeting. In the bid to save the 15 million school-going young people and other government and other people found it prudent to temporarily close schools and institutions of higher learning, and indeed public gatherings, and as such, it was impossible for us to hold the council. However, following various government interventions, including but not limited to those I have mentioned, vaccination and standard operating procedures, working together with both the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education and Sports, and NITA Uganda. Today we are here, ladies and gentlemen, to hold this annual General Assembly. As we may all know, Unsa was formed on 16th December 1988 to mobilize students by virtue of the position students occupy as the vanguard of the youth due to their endowments of enlightenment, energy, and selflessness. Unsa's mission is to prepare, produce disciplined, patriotic, and self-reliant citizens for the national development. In lieu of her aims and objectives, Unsa engages in activities directed to promoting nationalism, integration of East African community, the Pan-Africanism, and prevention of HIV/AIDS. Creating awareness of evil strikes and rather encouraging peaceful means of conflict resolutions. Provision of career guidance to students with a bias of promoting vocational, technical, and business studies, which had earlier been perceived as causes for failures. And among other these, leadership trainings to students to lead responsible lives. Above all, Unsa is a bedrock for grooming leaders. Since its inception in 1988, Unsa has made numerous achievements, and among them are as follows. The expanded activities and structure. The association was initially referred to as Kampala Organization, and even then mistaken to cater for only government schools. Efforts were made from the grassroots. Students were mobilized. Up to date, schools have students' councils. We have the district coordinators in all the districts of this country. This has gone a long way to raise social, cultural, political awareness amongst students. Secondly, the relationship between students has greatly improved amongst themselves, and school administrators, teachers, government, and authorities, and the community in general. This has minimized students' unrest, such as strikes, demonstrations, and simple disagreements, especially where school councils are operationally active. Furthermore, Unsa, its members being the vanguard of the youth, had to mobilize them and was the brain behind the formation of the National Youth Council. The National Youth Council that has representation from the village to the national level and parliament. Thirdly, Unsa has representation in the delegates conference, which elects the youth members of parliament. Unsa has got 4 direct representatives in the National Youth Council. Unsa has also 2 representatives in the National Council for Higher Education. Unsa is affiliated to All African Students Union, whose headquarters are in Accra, Ghana. The African Students Union is a student body that brings students of all national students unions across African continent. Unsa is proud of having produced very vibrant politicians and managers in this country. And recently, in the 2020 General Youth Elections, as dedicated by the National Youth Council Act that gives provision of students' representation in the leadership structures of the youth at all levels, Unsa mobilized students across the country to participate and take part in these elections. And we can report that all the levels of the national youth leadership structures, that is from the village, parish, sub-county, district, and national level, they are students' representatives. Close to a half of the National Youth Council and almost half of its National Executive Committee is representatives of the student leaders. And we want to very much, and in a special way, thank Mama and the Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Kataham Seven, for her generous financial support towards this students' movement, mobilization. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, following the COVID-19 pandemic that led to the general lockdown since March 2020, that caused a lot of distress to most students, especially the first lockdown in March 2020. Many students were hardly left with nowhere to go and nothing to eat. We mobilized resources in terms of food relief and monetary to some of these students across the country. In the recent history of Unsa, as it had been known that Unsa is an institution for legal issues, always in court, we want to report that for the last 2 years, under the good leadership of the outgoing NEC, we have not had such a diverse issues. However, the institution has also been facing a number of challenges, and this can be reflected below. Unsa's legal status. In 1993, it was registered as an NGO, a grievous mistake that exposed Unsa to the misdirection of negative forces, losing its true nature. However, in 2008, the Parliament of Uganda passed an act that establishes the association. In the Education Act 2008, Section 30 states, there shall be established students' councils in all post-primary institutions in Uganda, which shall be organized and managed in accordance with the Uganda National Students Association Constitution. Such a legal status undermines its bargaining ability in Parliament, government, and other sectors. But if Unsa is regulated by a statutory instrument, by the minister harmonizing its operations and relationship with other agencies, for instance, rather than an NGO, it would have been much easier to lobby for the interest of the students' fraternity in this country. From the institution archive, though we found hope in 2019, with the Unsa leadership then, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda directed that the statutory instrument be worked out to have Unsa instituted as such. This development, however, has not gone any further. It is therefore our appeal that His Excellency the President, this matter is followed up and be implemented to have the institution to become a statutory body. And this will solve a number of issues that affect the institution. We would like to thank Mama as the outgoing team for the increment of the subvention fund we get from the Ministry and Ministry of Education and Sports. However, we still request for more resources on our quarterly subvention that at least can always help the National Secretariat and the NEC and the other district leadership to make sure that the institution work goes ahead. On the side of transport, we would want to thank the President and the patron of Unsa, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the cars that he gave to Unsa in 2015, a pickup and a coaster. However, there is still a challenge of lack of sufficient means of transport. The National Secretariat and the NEC do not have enough means of transport. This is not for us who are outgoing, but for the incoming. So you need to quote me right. Our mandate covers the whole country, but we have been unable to mobilize all these schools due to lack of means of locomotion. It is therefore our humble request to the President of the Republic of Uganda that he would also, at least give us 3 vehicles, the pickups for the Unsa NEC and then the Secretariat. His Excellency the President, during our mobilization for students, one of our colleagues called Katuram Simon was shot and as he was traveling to Mbarara when we were mobilizing the students for these National Youth Council elections. And he's the Secretary for International Affairs in the 31st National Executive Committee, and I think he's here. Where is Katuram? So this man has a bullet in his body, in the spinal cord. So it is our request to the President if he can be really taken for further medication on how they can extract the bullet out of his body. Another important factor is about deployment of the outstanding student leaders. We would like also to report that His Excellency, that Unsa is fond of being nursery bed for leaders for this country. As you may all know, that we thank you, our dear patron, also the President of the Republic of Uganda, for always entrusting our own with leadership. For example, Honorable Minister for State, Honorable Minister for Education, in charge of sports, Honorable Hamson Obua, who was here, who represented the First Lady, Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Rose Namayanja, the Deputy Secretary General of the NRM, Honorable Richard Todong, the NRM Secretary General, Honorable Peace Mutuzo, State Minister for Culture, Minister of Gender. We have so many executive directors, managers, RDCs, COWs, and so many others. These are people that these people not only are products of Unsa, but also have always supported us. However, we would like to note that there are much more Unsa leaders with a proven track record of great leadership and management, with potential, who have not been placed. We would therefore request His Excellency the President and the patron of this institution to make sure, at least beginning with our outgoing National Executive Committee, so that they are deployed into government programs, and then they help on how they can implement government programs. His Excellency the President, we have always requested for scholarships for NEC members for further studies, but this has always not been realized. It's our prayer that you consider for at least this NEC, they should be considered, and for those who may want to go ahead with their studies, they should proceed. Lastly, and very important one, schools closure. Your Excellency, the COVID-19 pandemic led to the closure of schools and all institutions of higher learning as a measure to combat the spread of the virus and thus saving the lives of the 15 million school-going Ugandans. However, this has in turn resulted into many more challenges, both at the moment and in the future. It should be noted that the 15 million Ugandans that have since been locked out of school due to COVID-19 are the future of this great country. And the quality of that future depends, and this great country and the quality of that future depends on what inputs and efforts we make of the critical population now. Very many of that critical population, especially the girls, are now nursing teenage and unplanned pregnancies. Many of these have lost hope in education and perhaps in life. It is therefore very important, as we know government is going about it, so we are also adding our strong voice on the same, that expeditious plans be made to open all education institutions so as to secure the future of these 15 million population of Ugandans. That is very critical to the future of this country. Vaccination being part of them, for which we thank government. Furthermore, that there should be a deliberate skilling program targeting those who, for reasons of financial resources and other, may not be able to go back to formal education. Such skills, when acquired, would then be translated into self-employment and creation and job creation, which would in turn boost our economy and also secure the future of the beneficiaries. Would like to once again salute and commend your selfless contribution to the association, and would like to request again, as we have always been doing, that the patron meets the National Executive Committee at least once in their term of office to offer them guidance, mentorship, since Unsa is a training ground for leaders, starting with this outgoing leadership. And on the same note, we would want to request that the handover of NEC for this year be hosted by the Unsa patron and the Minister of Education and Sports. We cannot end without thanking the Board of Trustees of Unsa, chaired by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports, who have done a very tremendous work in guiding this institution and ensuring that this day comes to pass. Thank you very much, the Permanent Secretary. I think our chief guest,
ladies and gentlemen, coming in is the chief guest, the Minister for Presidency, Honorable Minister Millie Babalanda. Honorable Minister, you are welcome. You're welcome to the 32nd Unsa Elections. The delegates from Mbale, Northern Uganda, Inoyam, and Barara. Coming in is the guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for Presidency, Honorable Millie Babalanda, representing the President and patron of Uganda National Students Association. She's being escorted by the Speaker of the National Students Association and the President, Mr. Ezra Byakutangaza, and the head teacher, Kololo Senior Secondary School. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. You're welcome to the 32nd Unsa Elections. I'll quickly bring you up to speed. Before you came in, we had anthems and welcomed the delegates. We also had the Minister for Sports, the Honorable David Obua, who just had to leave quickly to the airport. And just before you came in, we were having the Speaker of the outgoing NEC give his speech. I'll allow him to continue, and then they will sorry. Sorry, Honorable Minister, I would like us to just do the anthems, and then we will proceed. Anthems. Thank you very much. Our guest of honor, the Honorable Millie Babalanda, you are welcome to the 32nd Uganda National Students Election, which usually is supposed to be a council, but because of the times of COVID-19 closure of schools, we've not been able to hold our usual council since last year. But today we have been able to hold the elections to usher in the new leadership. Guest of honor, Ma'am, we have students live in Barara right now at Mayanja Memorial School. We have students in Gulu and Strokoyam at Minakulu Technical Institute. We have students in Mbale at Mbale School of Nursing and Midwifery. We are also live here at Kololo Senior Secondary School, which is our host. Before you came in, like I said, we had the State Minister for Sports, the Honorable Hamson Obua, who had to run away quickly. We also have the head teacher right next to you, the head teacher of Kololo Senior Secondary School. And just before you came in, the Speaker of the 31st National Executive Committee of Unsa was giving his speech. I'll allow him continue, and then we will proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Speaker. I think I will try to repeat my speech, but I will make it brief. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister for Presidency, and who has stepped in on behalf of the President, the Ministry of Education and Sports, and the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda, who was represented by Honorable Hamson Obua, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education, and who doubles as the Chairman, Board of Trustees, all board members, the Executive Director of the National Council for Higher Education, the outgoing National Executive Committee, led by His Excellency Ezra Byakutangaza. You can stand up for recognition as the team. The head teacher of Kororo SS, all candidates, the whole delegation of the 32nd National Students Council, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, I am Maruho Moses, the outgoing Speaker of the Uganda National Students Association. Honorable Minister, I would want to thank you in a special way for having been a stepping stone for the young people of this country. Honorable Minister, you helped most of us when we were running for elections of the National Youth Council. And it was out of your support that we made sure that we would do what we could to make sure that we stand and make sure we even protect our country and our party. The leadership of UNSA conveys their warm regards to His Excellency the President and the patron of this great institution. We are appreciative of the fact that he has accepted to associate with us as our patron. Most importantly, he has accepted to work closely with us, guiding us, supporting us we report that due to his guidance and support, Unsa has and continues to enjoy reasonable support from most government organs and agencies. Today is yet another historical day in the life of our great institution, the Uganda National Students Association, where we are going to see yet again the students of Uganda electing the National Executive Committee to take on the mantle of this noble institution. Honorable Minister, as we may all know or be aware that the leadership of Unsa changes every year, and we ought to have had this election in December last year. But for reasons well known to us, that is the COVID-19 pandemic that has since changed the world in very many ways, including the manner in which we are gathering to hold today's national meeting. In the bid to save the 15 million school-going young people and others, government found it prudent to temporarily close schools and institutions of higher learning, and indeed public gatherings. And as such, it was impossible for us to hold the 32nd National Students' Council last year, because under the Constitution, Honorable Minister, it is upon the mandate of the Speaker to convene council. But I would not go against the presidential directive of banning of public gathering. So I would not, and that's why we kept calm, united, and finally here we are at Kororo SS to make sure that we have this annual event. However, following various government interventions, but not limited to those I have said, vaccination and standard operating procedures, SOPs, working together with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education and NITA Uganda. Honorable Minister, the Uganda National Students Association, in partnership with NITA Uganda, today we are happy to have this event live all over the country. We have our colleagues who are gathering in the Eastern region, in Mbare, at Mbare School of Nursing and Midwife. We have our colleagues who are gathering in Northern Uganda, in Oyam District, at Minakuri Institute. We have our colleagues gathering in Mbarara, Western Uganda, at Mayanja Memorial Institute. But all this has happened because of NITA Uganda. So I request dear delegates and all people gathered here to clap for NITA Uganda. As we may all know, Unsa was formed on 16th day of December 1998. It was formerly NUSU, but in 1988, the students' leaders by then converged and had to establish this Students' Association. Its main reason as to why it was created was to mobilize students by the virtue of the position students occupy as the vanguard of the youth due to their endowments of enlightenment, energy, and selfness. Unsa's mission is to prepare, produce disciplined, patriotic, and self-reliant citizens for national development. In lieu of her aims and objectives, Unsa engages in activities directed to promoting nationalism, integration of East Africa, and Pan-Africanism, prevention of HIV/AIDS, creating awareness on the evils of strike, rather encouraging peaceful means of conflict resolutions. Provision of career guidance. We offer guidance to students of this country, with the bias of promoting vocational, technical, and business studies, which had earlier been perceived as courses for failures. So earlier people were saying for those who do business courses and vocational or technical studies, those are, they are being done by failures. But no, Our role is to give them career and give them confidence that all courses matter. Since its inception in 1988, the institution has made numerous achievements. Among them are as follows. The expanded activities and structure. The association was initially referred to as a Kampala organization, and even then mistaken to cater for only government schools. Efforts were committed to the grassroots mobilization, and to that, all districts and schools have students' councils. This has gone a long way to raise social, cultural, and political awareness among students of this country. Thirdly, Honorable Minister, the relationship between the students has greatly improved amongst themselves, with school administrators, teachers, government, and authorities, and the community in general. This has minimized students' unrest, such as strikes, demonstrations, simple disagreements, especially where school councils are operationally active. Furthermore, Honorable Minister, Unsa, its members being the vanguard of the youth, the highest percentage of our students are young people and are the youth. Unsa had to mobilize students, and it was the brain behind the formation of the National Youth Council. Honorable Minister, I am happy to report to you that the brain behind the formation of the National Youth Council was this institution. Honorable Minister, Unsa has representation in the Delegates Conference, which elects the youth MPs. Unsa has 4 direct representatives in the National Youth Council. Honorable Minister, Unsa has also 2 student representatives in the National Council for Higher Education, INCHE. Honorable Minister, Unsa is also affiliated to all African students' unions, whose headquarters are in Accra, Ghana. The students' body that brings together all national students' unions across the African continent. Unsa is proud of having produced very vibrant politicians and managers in this country. Honorable Minister, recently in 2020, general youth elections, in the general youth elections, as dedicated by the National Youth Council Act, Honorable Minister, that gives a provision for students' representation in the national leadership structure of the youth at all levels. Honorable Minister, the Uganda National Students Association, under the leadership of President Ezra Byakutangaza and the entire National Executive Committee, had to move on ground and mobilize students across the country to participate and take part in this youth election, in the youth elections. And we can report that all levels of the national youth leadership structure, that is from the village, parish, sub-county, and the district, and then the national level, they are all students' representatives. Close to half of the National Youth Council and almost half of its National Executive Committee is representatives of the student leaders. So this institution contributes a lot. The highest percentage of the delegates that constitute the National Youth Council are members of the Uganda National Students Association. And we want to very much, and in a special way, thank Mama, the Minister of Education, Mama Janet Kataha-Museveni, for her generous financial support, because she supported us when we were going for that mobilization, towards this students' mobilization. She supported us and we were able to go and do the needful. Following the COVID-19 pandemic that led to the general lockdown since March 2020, that caused a lot of distress to most of the students, especially during the first lockdown, 2020. Honorable Minister, many students were hardly left with nowhere to go and nothing to eat. Honorable Minister, as the 31st National Executive Committee, we mobilized resources in terms of food relief and monetary to some of these students across the country. Honorable Minister, in the recent history of the Uganda National Students Association, as it had been known that Unsa is an institution for legal issues, always in court, we have always had a problem of court. We want to report that for the 2 years we have led this institution, under the good leadership of the outgoing NEC, we have not had such a diverse issues. So you can clap for the outgoing NEC. However, the institution has also been facing a number of challenges that can be reflected below. Unsa's legal status. In 1993, it was registered as an NGO, a grievous mistake that exposed Unsa to the misdirection of negative forces, losing its true nature. However, in 2008, Honorable Minister, the Parliament of Uganda passed an act that establishes the association in the Education Act 2008. Section 30 states, there shall be established students' councils in all post-primary institutions in Uganda, which shall be organized and managed in accordance with the Uganda National Students Association. This institution has its constitution that governs its members. Such a legal status undermines its bargaining ability in parliament, government, and other sectors. But if Unsa is regulated by a statutory instrument, by the minister harmonizing its operation, by the ministry harmonizing its operation and relationship with other agencies, for instance, rather than an NGO, it would have been much easier to lobby for the interests of the students' fraternity in this country. From the institution archive, though, we found hope in 2019, Honorable Minister, with the Unsa leadership then, Your Excellency the President, His Excellency the President, he directed that the statutory instrument be worked out to have Unsa instituted as such. This development, however, has not gone any further. It is therefore our humble prayer that with your assistance, Honorable Minister, this can be reminded to the President on how we can go about it. And then, when Unsa becomes a statutory instrument, it will sort all the issues. Honorable Minister, would like to thank Mama for the increment of the subvention. Honorable Minister, this institution receives the subvention quarterly, our subvention fund. Initially it was 5 million, but then it was increased to 10 million. So we want to thank the ministry and Mama for her support. Honorable Minister, this point is very important and it is our humble request to the President. On transportation, Honorable Minister, we want to appreciate our patron, President General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the cars that he gave to the institution in 2015, a pickup and a coaster. However, there is still a challenge of lack of sufficient means of transport. The National Secretariat and the NEC, and even our district coordinators, do not have enough means of transport. Our mandate covers the whole country, but we have been unable to mobilize all schools due to lack of means of locomotion. It is therefore our humble request to you, Honorable, so that you can deliver our speech, our request to His Excellency the President and our patron, that Unsa is at least availed with 2 pickups with another coaster, because the other coaster is very old, so that the Secretariat and the NEC and our district coordinators can be able to effect their work. Honorable Minister, during our mobilization drive that saw the students and student leaders partake of the 2020 youth elections and 2021 general elections. One of our colleagues was shot. One of us, the Secretary for International Affairs, was shot, and he's with us here, Mr. Katuramu Simon. He has a bullet in his back, so we have a challenge. He has a family, he has a kid, so yes, and he has a body, he has a bullet within him. Honorable Minister, it is our humble request that if we can really be taken for further medication on how they can extract this bullet from his body. Honorable Minister, it is our humble request to the President of the Republic of Uganda to deploy the outstanding student leaders. Honorable Minister, before you came here, Honorable Unsa Obua was trying to communicate and tell and narrate what would happen in the previous years. Unsa has always had court issues and conflicts. But Honorable Minister, I am happy to report that in these 2 years that we have led this institution, we have made sure that everybody is at peace. We have made sure that the Minister of Education is at peace. We have made sure that the students of Uganda are at peace, and we have made sure that our duties are performed, and made sure, even though we would have even the internal problems, but we would front round table discussions as our problem solver. Honorable Minister, as I come to the end, the institution, we want to thank the President for always appoint and delegate our very own, the products of this institution. Honorable Minister, this institution has nurtured and it has been a nursery bed of most important and executive leaders of this country. They hold top positions in this government. One of them is Honorable Unsa Obua, who just left, the Minister for State, or Minister of Education, State Minister for Education in charge of sports. So he's one of our alumni. We have Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who is the Minister of Agriculture. We have Honorable Rose Namayanja, Deputy Secretary General. We have the Secretary General, Honorable Richard Todong, is an alumni of this institution. We have Honorable Peace Mutuzo, State Minister for Culture. We have so many executive directors, managers, RDCs, COWs, and so many others. So we want to thank the President for always take that initiative, because this institution nurtures and it gives good leadership skills to Ugandans. However, we would like to note that there are so many student leaders with proven track records of great leadership and management potential who have not been placed. It is our request that the patron, and through you, Honorable Minister, if such people can always be spotted out and be placed to make sure they also implement government programs. More so, it is our humble request to the President, through you, Honorable Minister, that the outgoing NEC, if there is any opportunity, they should be the first people to benefit for the great work they have done. Honorable Minister, we have always requested for scholarships as an institution to offer to these students. We understand that some of our colleagues do not have capacity to educate. Maybe their parents cannot afford the fees, tuition. So we have always requested that this institution be offered some scholarships in some institutions, so that the institution can always help the young people of this country and the students to make sure they would go ahead. Lastly, Honorable, and the most important one, schools closure. Honorable Minister, COVID-19 led to the closure of schools and all institutions of higher learning. As a measure to combat the spread of the virus that's saving the lives of the 15 million school-going Ugandans, however, this in turn resulted in too many more challenges, both at the moment and in the future. It should be noted that the 15 million Ugandans that have since been locked out of school due to COVID-19 are the future of this great country. And the quality of that future depends on what inputs and efforts we make of that critical population now. Very many of the critical population, especially in the girls, are now nursing teenage pregnancies and unplanned ones. Many of these have lost hope in education, perhaps in life. It is therefore very important, as we know government is going about it, so we also add our strong voice on the same, that expeditious plans be made to open all education institutions so as to secure the future of these 15 million population of Ugandans. That is very critical to the future of this country. Vaccination being part of them, for which we thank government. Furthermore, there should be a deliberate skilling program targeting those who, for reasons of financial reasons and otherwise may not be able to go back for formal education. Such skills, when acquired, would then be translated into self-employment and job creation, which would in turn boost our economy and also secure the future of the beneficiaries. We would like to once again salute and commend the selfless contribution of the selfless contributions to the association, and would also request again, as we have always been doing, that the patron meets the National Executive Committee. Honorable Minister, we have always seeked for the 2 years we have served. He's our patron. We have always written to His Excellency the President, but I know, and we know as a team, that he's always busy, but we would request that he avail us the little time. And also, it is also our humble request that the handover and the swearing-in ceremony be hosted by the patron and the Minister of Education. It is our humble request, Honorable Minister. We cannot end without thanking the Board of Trustees of Uganda National Students Association, chaired by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports, who have done tremendous work in guiding this institution and ensuring this day comes to pass. Thank you very much, the Permanent Secretary and the Board of Trustees. The leadership of Unsa Secretariat, headed by the Executive Secretary, Mr. Chirkut Toskin, stand up for recognition. He has made sure that amidst challenges, we have kept on moving. The outgoing leadership of NEC, led by His Excellency Ezra Byakutangaza, which I introduced earlier. Honorable Minister, I want in a special way to thank NITA once again for the great opportunity, for the great chance that they have offered to young people of this country to make sure that the whole country is viewing this function live all over the country. I thank all the delegates of the 32nd National Students' Council and the students' fraternity at large, first for giving us the mandate as the student leaders in 2019, and the opportunity to lead you, the students, but also for your cooperation during our term of leadership. I once again thank everybody, thank the district coordinators from various districts who have gathered in different regions of this country. I remain Aroho Moses, the outgoing speaker, the Uganda National Students Association. Now to our dear candidates, I would wish, may the best candidate win. May the best candidate win. Honorable Minister, I am one of the officials that is mandated by the Constitution to organize this event. Stand up, the Deputy Speaker. Now, what happens, Honorable Minister, at the end of every year, there's what we call a caretaker government. Now, the caretaker government is mandated to specifically facilitate a transition. Honorable Minister, we have managed, that is the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the Executive Secretary, and the district coordinators. So we have run this event. I want to thank the President so much for his support financially. He contributed so much towards this function, and Ma'am, the First Lady. I want to thank the Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the coordinators, I want to thank the Executive Secretary, the delegates, and everybody for God and my country.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker of the 31st Students' NEC. Ladies and gentlemen, in respect of time, I would like now to invite the outgoing UNSA President to make his communication. Please put your hands together for Mr. Byakutangaza Ezra.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Speaker. Thank you, the NEC, for the warm appreciation and reception. Thank you. The patron of the Uganda National Students Association, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, represented by Minister for Presidency, the Honorable Millie Babalanda. Thank you very much for gracing our occasion. The Honorable Minister and First Lady, Honorable Minister of Education and First Lady, the Honorable Minister Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, the leadership, the outgoing NEC, the Secretariat, district coordinators, distinguished delegates at different centers. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this 32nd gathering. A lot has been said, a lot of time has been consumed. I will not have a very long speech. But I want to extend special mention to the First Lady and Minister of Education for the support she has rendered to the 31st UNSA NEC through its leadership. At a time when the education sector was most hit, it was quite a trying moment, not only to the UNSA NEC, but to the entire education sector in the country. So, as the leadership of the students in this country, we extend special thanks. I also want to make special mention of individuals that have been friends with UNSA and have enabled us to steer student affairs so easily. I want to use this opportunity to make special mention of the General Elliot Mwine, the former Minister of Education, of Security. The NEC can bear me witness of how much he used his office to render support to student leadership. I want to say that it is my utmost pleasure to address you this afternoon as the outgoing 31st NEC, UNSA President. It's been a pleasure serving the students of this country. It's been a pleasure interacting with most of you, and we are looking forward to working together with the new leadership that is going to come in. I can assure you, it's not an easy one, but I can attest to the fact that if you set your mind to making the students better, you'll surely achieve it. I want to highlight a few challenges for me that the Unsa NEC incoming should take note of. I want to ask of you, just as the minister was speaking, he made mention of the stability in Unsa leadership that we have created, that I think we deserve a round of applause. If you're not selfish, you'd really extend a round of applause to us. I want to ask, we've faced major challenges in instability of leadership at Unsa, and that has attracted major court cases. It has deprived students of leadership in this country. I want to ask of you, in the previous council, if many of you witnessed, the deployment was not as such. Our student council was chaired by the permanent secretary, opposed to what the Unsa constitution says. It took selflessness to establish stability as this. I want to ask the incoming leadership and the delegates today to vote for a leadership that is going to maintain this pace and restore leadership in our association. The Honorable Minister for Presidency, the Uganda National Students Association has a lot of potential that I think has not been utilized in terms of mentoring and making great leaders of this country. It's my prayer this afternoon that the patron of Unsa be informed of the necessity of his quarterly meetings with the Unsa NEC that is incoming. It is important. These are national young leaders. They deserve to be mentored. They deserve to be told. They deserve to be supported. It's my humble prayer that you stand in and give that leadership. Otherwise, you'll see young people seek leadership elsewhere, which is very unfortunate. I want to also make a prayer like the speaker has made, that for the last 2 or 3 handovers, at least 2, there hasn't been an official handover and swearing in ceremony. And the tradition has been that they are hosted in State House. It's our prayer that this happens, at least to initiate the young people, but also to, not break the tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot that I should have said is entailed in my report, my handover report. So I will not get into the details of the everyday challenges and works that I would like to recommend. I would want to end here, but before I end, I want to recognize and extend sincere thanks to the 31st Unsa NEC. And on that note, request you to step forth, just use a minute of introduction and just a word. Please, the Unsa NEC members here, step forth and do that in a minute before I can proceed. Thank you. Please, the Vice President, where is the Vice President? You can start.
Honorable Minister, the candidates and the delegates present, good afternoon. My name is Ninsima Helen, the 31st Vice President of Uganda National Students Association, and I have served in this position I'm supposed to have served it for 1 year, but God willing and COVID, I have served it one extra year. But I would love to extend my appreciation to the 31st NEC, to the patron, to the First Lady, and everyone that has lended the 31st NEC a hand in serving the students of this country. And I would love to wish success to whoever is going to succeed me. One philosopher said that you're not successful until you have a successor. And today I can't wait to see who succeeds me. And I would be wishing her, I think it's only girls contesting, I will be wishing her and every other person on the incoming NEC a great regime. Thank you.
Come close, guys. Come close.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Asim Leona. I've served as Secretary for Female Affairs, and I want to thank 31st NEC for the support. At least they have been cooperative. I wish the incoming 32nd NEC to do the same. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Collins Tudiahebwa. I've been the Secretary in Interschools Affairs. Thank you for coming, and I wish you the best, guys.
Good afternoon. Katuram Simon is my name. I've been the ambassador of all Ugandan students in here. I thank everyone that I've worked with, and with the international students, I think we've done our best within this time of COVID in the second wave, where we have provided all the necessities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm Asasila Rachel, the outgoing Deputy General Secretary. Thanks for coming to the candidates. I wish you the best. May the best candidate win. And we are ready to work with you. I wish you the best, and we love you all.
Unsa oye. Unsa oye. Thank you, colleagues. My name is Kidega Moses, and I've been extremely humbled and honored to serve the students of this country as the Secretary for National Affairs. And to the candidates, all the best. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is James Sebakach Ariho. I'm the outgoing General Secretary. To the candidates, you either win or learn. And once you lose to learn a lot so that next time you don't lose. For the winners, we are willing to work with you, and we promise to support you. Thank you very much.
Once again, I am Maruho Moses, the outgoing speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, my name is Beatrice Kamakune. I am the outgoing Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and myself, Ezra Byakutangaza, the outgoing 31st Unsa NEC President. We wish you the very best. We urge you to be patriotic. We urge you to be disciplined and provide national leadership for God and our country.
Thank you so much, the outgoing president, the 31st. He's not actually the outgoing president, he's the 31st Unsa NEC president. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the head teacher of Kololo Senior Secondary School to invite for us the guest of honor. Thank you.
With much honor, Honorable Minister, first of all, permit me to most warmly welcome you to Kololo Senior Secondary School, which I'm made to understand it is your maiden visit to the school. On behalf of the Kololo fraternity, I most warmly welcome you. It's now my singular honor, as I've been requested, to humbly invite you to come and address the delegates assembled here and those assembled in different parts of the country. You're most welcome, Honorable Minister.
and the honorable ministers present, members of parliament, the executive director, NITA Uganda, the head teacher, Kololo SS, and the entire administration, the speaker, Uganda National Students Association, that is UNSA, the outgoing UNSA executives, all students, leaders, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Babiri Mire Babalanda, the minister in charge of the presidency. I'm honored for this opportunity to be part of you on this function. I am here to represent His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Commander-in-Chief, and National Chairman of the mighty party NRM, and I request that without wasting much time, you allow me go straight to his speech. I thank you. It gives me great pleasure when young people come together for a common cause. I am happy to welcome all students who have come to participate in this grand occasion. Young minds are indeed the best for forging ahead with development, even causing revolutions where it has been necessary. In the 1960s, when I was a student like you, I mobilized my community members to face their land and avoid land fragmentation. Over time, they have developed good farms and have abandoned nomadism, which has largely eradicated poverty and improved the quality of life. Our student movement started as a reaction against the sectarian politics of religion and tribe of those days. We were also contemporaries of gender chauvinism, the youth and the disabled. We evolved the ideology of partisan patriotism and Pan-Africanism. That ideology made us to successfully prosecute the liberation struggles. When NRM government came to power in 1986, the students of Uganda had no leadership at national level. National Union of the Students of Uganda, that is NUSU, had collapsed as a result of bad politics of UPC and because they were fused with the state. It had to die with the coup of 1985. Fortunately, in 1988, 2 years after we had captured power, the student leadership was revived but was limited to school leadership. We made sure that student leaders are kept away from divisive politics, and UNSA became very powerful youth organization that produced many good leaders. I believe that the survival of UNSA is directly linked to the good policies of the National Resistance Movement, that is NRM, that has provided a conducive environment. This is not by accident. The majority of the leaders in the NRM started their political activism as students while still at school and university. Therefore, our support to UNSA is not for convenience, but out of the conviction that a vibrant students' organization is necessary for the revolutionary transformation of society. And for this reason, UNSA will always have NRM as an ally in the struggle of liberation. The idea of student unions is good and has nurtured many of us, the leaders of Uganda. It is this leadership background that enables fellow students to rally behind visionary and able leaders of today and the era ahead of us. I encourage you to regard these associations and unions seriously because they are shaping you in better leaders. I wish also reiterate that Uganda is one of the countries with a high percentage of youth population of about 70%. This means that we are blessed with many energetic people who can push our economy ahead. Given the ever-increasing opportunities of education and skills training that government has and is putting in place, the onus is on all of us, therefore, to interest and educate ourselves in order to impart to our people the importance of patriotism and Pan-Africanism. We can no longer afford to have the myopic, parochial outlook if we want to transform our society. Government has therefore identified human resource development through skills development as one of the interventions to empower the youth to improve on their well-being and focus on skills development, including entrepreneurship development, in order to ensure that young people are able to create their own jobs. We want to aim at more job creators and not job seekers. The primary factor is unlocking people's potential and creating prosperity. Growth and social transformation is the development of people's intellectual capabilities. Education and skills development is at the center of our strategy of building a middle enterprising class. Educating young people is therefore a critical strategy for breaking barriers and unleashing young people's potential for socio-economic transformation and realization of durable capabilities to sustain the present and future generations. Finally, I wish to thank NITA Uganda and all those who have supported UNSA to ensure that this occasion takes place through video conferencing to allow candidates to campaign. Government will continue to support UNSA so that it remains strong and relevant. I now take the pleasure to officially open the virtual campaigns of the 32nd Council of UNSA. I thank you all.
Another hand of applause for the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister. Okay, so the outgoing neck, please come up quickly.
The speaker will receive it and will give it to the executive secretary. It's nice to meet you, Mom.
It's a pleasure.
I've been seeing you on television.
Thank you.
Hey, where did you come from? Hey, but girl, they disappointed us. When you're done, you let us know.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite the Speaker to exercise his powers.
Thank you very much. Once again, I want to thank you, Honorable Minister, for the wonderful speech and the words of wisdom to the 32nd National Students' Assembly. Now, at this point, I am going to exercise, since you are all aware that this assembly will only handle elections. Then when the new team comes, you can convene council at any time of your convenience. Therefore, at this point, I am exercising powers of council to appoint the returning officers because of time. Because you need to campaign all the candidates so that all the 32nd National Students Delegation listen from you and then go ahead to vote for you. If you lose, please don't say the Speaker. Or if you win, I wish you the best. Now, Kororo SS, I have appointed Henry Kugonza. Minakuli Technical Institute, Achimo Patricia. At Mbare School of Nursing, I have appointed Madoy Mark. At Mayanja Memorial, I have appointed Sandy Andrew. Quickly come forward and make sure you begin the process as fast as possible. Then these 4 coordinators, these are our coordinators in the district. I have appointed them on the basis of experience and integrity to make sure they handle this process on a free and fair basis. So therefore, quickly, when I'm saying that at Kororo, it's the same thing that should be done in the other centers. So these 4 officers will now appoint their team, a team of 10, to make sure they organize and have these elections go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Speaker, the Honorable Minister, protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kugonza Henry. I'm the district coordinator, Unsa Masindi, but at the same time, I'm the regional coordinator for Masindi. Rather for Bunyoro, not Masindi. My task is to run the elections of the new NEC. That's what has brought me, and that's what I'm going to deal with, as also my colleagues handled the other side. But Mr. Speaker, sir, there are things you have not handed over to me as I'm taking over the office. I need the list of the delegates. I don't know where it is before I appoint the commissioners. Okay. Then I also need to see myself on my desk to have a list of the candidates. Then if there is any other regulation we are going to add on what is in our constitution, then we should be able to agree with it. Before I move on to take any step, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, that to bring forward a team we can work with for the success of these elections today. Everybody there, especially the candidates, are waiting for the genuine results. Genuine results, meaning results which are clear and transparent. Therefore, allow me appoint the 10 commissioners who can join me for the Kololo Center to handle the elections here. But at the same time, as we look at the delegates present, we need also to openly declare the ES declared to us 201 as the delegates in. We want also to prove if they are the ones who have turned up, whether he was using the record or they are the actual ones who crossed the gate and they are inside. So we shall also reach that level. But before that, allow me appoint the following as commissioners to work with. On this team, I will be there as the returning officer, Kugonza Henry. Second, I will have Kizito Isaac. Where is Kizito Isaac? This is for Greater Mukono. We have Vienchia Henry for Nakaseke. I don't know anybody to link up and then they come on board. Yes, then we have Hamza for Mubende, come forward. We have Derek. This is Matov. This is Matov, not Collins. Welcome, beginning with Derek Matov, Kyotera. Then we have Tumukugize Anderson for Brisa. We have Tumesige Derek for Kriandongo. Then we have Mutagoa Godfrey for Hoima. We have Kagans Ephraim for Gomba. We have Nasuna Claire, Greta Masaka, and she's around there. And then Haruna for Kivoga. This is a team of 11 coordinators who are now going to constitute themselves into a panel of the Electoral Commission for today's election for the case of Kololo Center. Now, as we proceed on, what is expected of delegates, that are the candidates, every candidate will have 3. The other, we are going to give 5 minutes for the president to express himself or herself. 5 minutes. We have no debate over that. That's the time we have allocated, and we need also to save time so that we go into the actual exercise. Well, the other candidates, apart from the office of the president, how about this? Okay. Then the other candidates will have 3 minutes on floor to do what you want to do. I don't want to tell you what you're going to do. So you have 3 minutes. Well, we have also to declare this one in advance. According to the list we have, the office of the speaker has only 1 candidate. And therefore it means this candidate is an what? An opposite. So the speaker, you can come forward. At the moment, the list...
Let them just be seen.
So the speaker is already taking the office. Then we have also Secretary for Finance. Okori Brian is also an opposite. So the work has already been made easier for the commissioners or the commission to handle the exercise. So we are only going to vote for the remaining 10 positions. We are only going to vote, therefore I will only need like 10 commissioners, then including myself to do the supervisory work, equally on the other centers. I don't know really what Buanayes, who is working on establishing the actual number of delegates or the voters. And I would also believe that it would be very important for us also here at the main center to know the other delegates, the voters on the other 3 centers, so that at the end of it all, we all know the voters were how many for the whole exercise. Yeah, the ES's guiding is saying we shall only need a simple patience as we start the exercise of campaign. We shall be establishing that. Then before we go to the actual voting, then we shall have
established the number so that at the end of it all, when we are counting and tallying, doing this and this, then there are no questions here and there. What guides us here in this process of election? One, they already officers on the neck. Let's allow you to go back and sit. We shall organize until that. One, whoever is going to vote, you must be on the register. Whether you have crossed here and if you're not on the register, it will be very impossible for you to vote, unless otherwise. So whoever is going to vote must be on the register. That's the first criteria. What guides our elections in Unsa? Those who have the Constitution, check on Article 7, page 20. We go through the guidelines we are going to follow. I begin. Elections. A, all council elections shall be by secret ballot unless otherwise determined by the council. We are going by that. There shall be no voting by proxy, no representation. You are not there, you are not there. Whenever there is a tie in any council elections, elections shall be repeated at least 3 times. And then the returning officer may cast a casting vote. That means in the last time, now as we are repeating for the third, if it so happens. D, the elections of the executive committee shall be held at the annual general meeting of the council. We are already in that gathering where you have come together, and that's where we're going to elect. It was supposed to be the other council, but I think the speaker explained that, and that's what we're going to undertake. E, all executive members of the council shall be elected from amongst the council members by the council. So the candidate must be, first of all, on the register. To my understanding, that's what it means. You must be a delegate on the register for you to be a candidate. So if you're a candidate and you're not on the register, then it contravenes this guideline. It means you will not be allowed. Then F, the returning officer shall declare the winner immediately after each election. This is not, in our history, we have not followed this. In any case, you are supposed to be office per office, then we go on declaring. But this one is not going to happen. And even in the other situation where the article, I think on the election of the speaker, we are supposed to have the speaker taking the oath immediately so that he is able to take over the oath of the other executive members. Now, in a situation where we are going also to wait for the results, I don't know how it will be faster, so that the deputy speaker and the speaker takes the oath immediately, then we shall be concluding our job, then he waits to do the other exercise. So if it becomes possible, we shall do it. So then 8G, every executive member shall be sworn in by the speaker. See, that's what I was explaining. Immediately after the council session, or at least before the first meeting of the executive committee. This is what guides us, and I want us to agree that that's what is going to guide us. The ES was trying to ask me, we have had you requesting for the swearing in, but they were not the new ones. They were the other ones asking for the handover and the swearing in ceremony to go to the State House. But the Constitution mandates us that the Speaker must take the oath. Then the other exercise, I don't know whether he will go and repeat, but that's what it calls us. That means he must take over the office as the other Speaker gives up. So these are the guidelines we are going to follow. I have my Deputy Speaker here. She's okay. Now you are an MC now. The other one has gone off. Yeah. Now I want to. All agents. Okay, thank you. At this moment, allow me to invite the ES to give us simple guidance on the polling area. Then from there, proceed with the process. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kugonza Henry, my partner. He's the executive secretary at the district level in Masindi, and I'm the executive secretary at national level. Now, the polling area, because we thought it would rain, we had organized this parking area under this roof. There's a parking area down here. But if it doesn't rain and we need to be organized, we could put it here. And I want us to agree on that because the other side looks hidden and you might think that maybe something will go wrong there. But in the event that it rains, because we are still here, usually once a polling station has been set, it's not proper to shift it. Because in the process of shifting, certain things change. I want us to agree if we are going to vote from the basement, that means the voting process will take place at the car park where you all see the ballot boxes. Now, I have a team there. I want to hand over the ballot boxes here officially to the presiding officer and the ballots. And thereafter, I will coordinate the other centers to count the actual number of voters on ground, and we declare. I had earlier on told you that we have 609 registered delegates, but we don't know from the secretariat down there how many have reported and how many have not reported. I request that during the campaigns, we shall reconcile that from all the centers and declare for every center. May I go with all your polling officers to deliver the voting materials here? You choose where to place the voting. Now, the other alternative would be that you shift from this point where you are seated slightly after the campaigns and occupy those tents. Then we put the polling area inside this tent. Now, I would like you to guide us on that so that we take a collective decision. Should we use this tent or underground? The other one. So the officers from the other side who are few will shift this side. Okay, thank you very much. That is done. Now, ballot materials, let's go.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. On the candidates, all of you give us your agents. And for us to prove that it is you who has sent him or her, then I think you should be giving us. I don't know whether you were informed earlier. In the normal circumstances, they should be having a written document so that we don't have friction with them. So that not any other person comes there to start saying, no, you are doing this, you are doing this. So I don't know how best you can handle that. But you give us an agent on your box. Automatically, we are going to have 10 boxes for ballot papers. So that you have an agent. For example, Maurice, you'll have an agent on that box of the national affairs. So that we have and also the other colleague and the other colleague. The speaker will have no agent because he's a finished man. So everybody is an agent for the speaker. So please work on that as we prepare to start the open campaign. We need to save time. As they bring the materials, we have all agreed we are just going to assemble here, we're just going to organize here, and then have the agents there, we have the seats there, and we have a lot of transparency so that people remain here even watching what is transpiring. Is that okay? And now it is coming to rain. So it means if it is coming to rain, we have to use the other place. I think we agree so that to avoid ups and downs. Delegates and candidates, more so they are candidates. Candidates, do you agree with us? We had agreed that we bring the electoral process here, but it is now raining. Then it means we have to go back because we can't wait. I think we agree with that because now this is nature. We have no time to debate over that. We are saying you sort out to do with the the agents so that you give us the communication, you give us the names of the agents, so that when time comes, then we have people at the right place. At this time, if there is no any other query, if there is no any other question, then allow us to begin the exercise of the open campaign. If there is no any question, if there is no any query, then we want to start the process of open campaign. No means yes. Okay. Allow me to allow my yes.
Yes, Master. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. I have my concern here, because when we are conducting this election, we need to be very fair and we make sure everyone is comfortable. Now, we are checking on the people who are contesting to be our leaders, and we're also checking on the Constitution. So my concern here is, according to the Constitution, those who want to prove it can go to this book for the Constitution, then page number 17, page number 17, then point 2 to 13. By the Constitution, it's saying position like inter-school affair should be held by the district delegates. But here, I'm seeing a candidate from an institution by the name Mpanda Frederick is contesting as the Minister for Inter-School Affairs. Now, I don't know if you are now leaving out the Constitution, because we believe we are guided by the Constitution. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to clarify us here, because by the Constitution, district delegate is the one to take the office of Inter-School Affairs. But now we are seeing leaders from the institution. Moreover, because Mpunga Frederick is the speaker of Ntinda Vocational Institute, but is taking a position which should be taken by the district delegates. This is my humble request. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The office of the speaker presided over the nomination. Can you give us an explanation?
Thank you very much, the returning officer. Ntinda Vocational Institute offers certificates, and all institutions that offer certificates are under deck. So that's why that candidate is contesting on this position of the inter-school affairs. Thank you.
Let's not waste time. Let's not waste time. Yeah, that's the answer, and that's the right answer. All certificate awarding institutions are under districts. So it is clear. We go on with the open campaigns. No, let's just go to campaigns.
Thank you, sir, the returning officer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight into open air campaigns. But just before we do that, I would like us to say hello to the different live streaming areas so that you are able to see the people you're going to campaign to. In Mbarara, we are at Mayanja Memorial Institute, and the technical team will show us Mbarara. That is Mbarara. Can you see them? Yes, and in Oyam district, we are at Minakulu Technical Institute. Minakulu Technical Institute in Oyam, Gulu, or for northern Uganda. The technical team is working, yeah, right there. That is the northern, yes, they're waving. Hello, good to see you. In Mbale, we are at Mbale School of Nursing and Midwifery. The technical school, yeah, right there. The technical team is working on the picture and the video, so they should be able to show it to us right there. That is live from Mbale. That is Mbale, and here are people live streaming from Mbarara, Oyam, and Mbale. The camera team will show you the live streaming center here at Kampala, Kololo Senior Secondary School in Kampala. Right there. So we're live from here. So right about now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know that we have 3 candidates for the office of the president, and we will go in the order in which you appear on this list. So the order does not matter, but I will follow the listing that is here. Okay, so, well, I've been guided that I should start from, no, we're starting with the office of the president.
No, the people will go away.
Oh.
You start from these
Okay.
positions, yeah?
Okay.
Then finally this one.
All right. So, friends, I've been guided that we should start with from the positions at the end of the list. And in position number 36 is the candidate for secondary interschool, for the interschool affairs candidate, and we will welcome Nagudi Aisha. Nagudi Aisha, you have 3 minutes, and if you can use less, that's even better. So move up quickly and share with us your speech.
Where are the 3? Let them. Are
The candidates.
Wait a minute. I wanted to say call all of them at the
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Number 2, administrative announcement.
We will make them later. In the middle. Yes. So I want all the candidates for inter-school affairs to come and line up here, and as soon as your clock clicks 0, I'll take the microphone from you. All the candidates for inter-school affairs, I see Nagudi Aisha.
I'm sorry, I'm Nagudi Sarah.
Okay, Nagudi Sarah. She says that's her name. You might need to correct that with the secretariat. The Secretary for Inter-School Affairs, Mponde Frederick, Kasolwe Yvonne Josephine, Ayet Stella, Atulinda Matthew Ronnie, and Odur Felix. Oh, no, sorry, that's a different position. So Secretary for Inter-School Affairs, please come up and make your campaigns.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Protocol observed, all invited guests. My name is Nagudi Sarah from Eastern Uganda, the chairperson, Mbale High School, the speaker, Mbale City at the deck, an aspirant at NEC, aspiring for the position of Secretary for Inter-School Affairs. I'm here to kindly request for your support, for your mandate, and I request you to entrust me with this responsibility of leading secondary schools in Uganda. There is a reason as to why I stand here. I'm very sorry, that's my accent. I cannot say that I will change. That is nature on me. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry about that, but that is me. My objectives are, I want to bring about imbalance in regional performance. When you look at the performance in Uganda, all regions are not performing all that equally. There is inequality in performance. And there are some reasons as to why this is happening. It's all about the payments or the school dues that we pay and the facilities of the schools. Like some schools in the village do not have all that enough facilities to facilitate all the students in the schools to perform very well. like in the laboratories, some of the schools in deep in the village. I'm very sorry for that. When you look at some of the schools do not have laboratories, and these are secondary schools, apart from the schools in the cities and in the towns. This is the reason as to why I said, no, let me go, and at least I try to bring a change in these schools. There are a girl child drop out of school. And this is caused, all brought about by the scarce resources that some of the girls in the country do not have enough resources to facilitate them. And as Unsa, this is a Uganda National Students Association. It is brought about to help all students in the country. And then I'm here to make sure, and at least to bring out, I'm sorry for that, to bring out what I feel inside me. Okay, thank you very much, my time is up, but my objectives is to at least try my level best to ensure that there is regional balance in performance, then a well-prepared leadership of tomorrow's generation. Thank you very much. I remain Nagudi Sarah. Please vote for me. Thank you.
That was Nagudi Sarah, and next we will have Mponde Frederick. And just an update, I think for the rest of the positions, let's do 2 minutes because we need to vote and get out of here. Is that agreeable? Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given. I'm by names of Mpande Frederick, and please correct that. It was a typing error, but my name is Mpande Frederick. I'm a speaker at Intinda Vocational, and I'm coming in as the Interschool Affairs because of the following reasons. Unsa has been here in Uganda for more than years that we even can't estimate. And Unsa, you can travel to most of our schools and you ask a student, what is Unsa? What is Unsa in full? And the student fails to express that. Secondly, I'm willing and more ready to work for Uganda because I've been a leader since my childhood. I served as a head boy, and then I served as a timekeeper, and I'm now a speaker, and I'm also looking forward to be the Interschool Affairs. So, when you trust and vote me, expect all the best, because I have the experience that it takes to be a good leader. So, dear friends, let's come together and create a connection between us and the different schools in Uganda. Right now, we don't have a vocational association. Yet, as per now, talking on the vocational side, I do electrical engineering, and I'm pursuing a certificate in that. But as per now, as I can talk, I can wire domestic installations. And in that, I've gained experience. As students have been home crying, let's return to schools, I've been working around. So, I'm coming to this point. If we are having more dropouts in secondary, senior 6, someone fails, goes back home crying. If you go in for vocational studies, you can get something that can sustain you, and these people will be able to give taxes since they will be working and providing labor. So, dear friends, all I have to tell you, you're with the right person. I remain Mpande Frederick, is my name, Interschool Affairs. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mpande Frederick, and next we will have Ngati Aisha from Wakiso District.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Before I begin, Aisha Oye. Aisha Oye. Thank you very much. On such a historical day, I'm honored to address the students. My name is Ngati Aisha, aspiring for the position of Secretary Interschool Affairs. I came in for this position because I have passion in student leadership. I believe when I, Ngati Aisha, come into power, I'll make sure Unsa is known by students. I'm so disappointed in the constitution of Unsa. When you read the list of all positions, we secondary students have one position. And when you read Unsa very well, it is Uganda National Students Association. We really need equality. We secondary students, we are not favored. We are only given one position, and that one position is still shared by tertiary students. I remember Mr. Obua Dennis, when he was talking, he said that we need to nurture, to groom, and mentor leaders. For us to get good leaders, we need to nurture them when they are still young. I'm telling you, you cannot construct a house with a weak foundation and the house lasts for long. For Unsa to last for long, we need a strong foundation. And how are we getting this strong foundation? By bringing out the students of secondary, nurture them, tell them the benefits about Unsa, bring Unsa close to them, and we shall have Unsa shine. Thank you very much. I remain Ngati Aisha. Aisha oye!
That was Ngati Aisha from Wakiso, and now we will have Kasolwe Ivan Josephine.
Thank you for this opportunity. Protocol observed. Good afternoon to you all. Yeah, my name is Kasowole Yvonne Josephine, and I'm aspiring for the post of Secretary in School Affairs. I come from Kalilo District, Bodini SS. I came in for this post with so many reasons. I came in not because I want to be in a council or to fill the position. I came to work for the students. I came in order to get that post so that I can represent the Ugandan students in the Uganda National Students Association. There are many challenges that students are facing out there, especially the secondary students. But who is going to tell the government the problems that are being faced by those students there? It's we, the leaders, who are going to bring it out to the government to know. We may sit there and blame the government that is not working, but who is going to bring out that? Who is going to give them the information from these institutions or these schools here? It's for us. So I came to represent, I came to give the information from the young generation, from secondary students. Here, I came here to make sure that I achieve the objectives of Unsa. In schools, the secondary schools, we need girl-child counseling. If at all we have those girl-child counseling, we shall stop being with these dropouts. We shall stop being with all that. Thank you very much. I remain Kasowole Yvonne Josephine, Secretary Interschool Affairs. I'll be very glad for your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josephine. And next we will have Ayet Stella.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ayet Stella from Central Region. I am aspiring for the position of Interschool Affairs. First and foremost, I would like to thank each one and everyone who is here, and it is my pleasure and honor to be amidst you. Please, members, your one vote is enough for me to treasure for the rest of my life and the continuation of the success of Unsa. Secondly, The reason I have contested is not because the leaders of the former regime didn't do something, but because we want to continue what they have started to push UNSA to the next level, which we want the UNSA we need, meaning the UNSA which caters for all of us. Not only that, but also to promote a good and strong bond between the urban students and rural students. As we have seen, most of us here are from the urban centers and not rural. Most people in the rural districts don't know even the meaning of UNSA. They even don't know UNSA in full. So if you give me, if you just give me your vote, I will act as an intermediator. I will make sure to move to the people who were not informed about UNSA and train them. Thank you. Please entrust me with your vote for the better change of UNSA.
Thank you. That was Ayet Stella from Kiriandongo, and next we will have Atulinda Matthew Ronnie from Wakiso District. Rodney.
Good afternoon, dear delegates. From East, West, North, and Central, Atulinda Matthew is my name, and I'm an aspirant for the position of Secretary, Interschool Affairs. Under this position, we majorly have the district delegates and secondary schools. A good objective of leadership is to help those who are doing poorly to do well, and to help those who are doing well to do even better. As a Secretary, Interschool Affairs, it is my responsibility to speak for secondary schools, to speak for the voiceless in Eastern, Northern, Western, and Central Uganda. Our dear brothers from NYC raised an issue of UPE and USE education. As UNSA, we represent students from all backgrounds and walks of life. I believe with this position in UNSA, I will be able to move the secondary schools doing well to support the UPE and USE schools around them. It is on this note that I ask you to entrust me with your votes as we change the lives of students in Uganda. I remain the one and only Atulinda Matthew, aspiring for Secretary, Interschool Affairs. Let no one confuse you. Atulinda is the best choice for Interschool Affairs. He is the only choice for Interschool Affairs. Thank you. Gachari Mavaga.
Thank you. Those were candidates for the position of Interschool Affairs. Now we will hear from the candidates who are vying for the position of Deputy Speaker. I'm going to ask all of them to come and line up here, and they will speak one after the other. We will have Nowama Nirona, Nkahira Cynthia, Arikosi Marion, and Agawa Charity in that order. Please hurry up. And after the deputy speaker speaking, we will then go to the assistant general secretary candidates.
A very good afternoon to you all. I'm Noaman Rona Christine. I'm the Vice Guild President, UCC Kavale, and I'm contesting for Deputy Speaker Unsa. The main reason as to why I had to contest is because as the Vice Guild President, we totally never knew about Unsa until the voting started, until they had to set up the staff that there should be leaders. We all didn't know, even it was very hard for us to focus on it. So we thought about it, why don't we contest and know more about UNSA? And the main reason still, we thought maybe the coordinators were not given enough money, or they were not facilitated enough to other districts or to other regions for all of them to get the information about UNSA. So me being put in power, I think I will do my best in concern to the coordinators so that they are facilitated, they are given enough funds. Maybe other districts or other schools can access the resources or can access more information from Unsa, because I want you to bear with me that districts that are deep down in villages, take an example, like I said, I come from Kavale. Kavale, they are deep. People don't know about Unsa. We are only called for meetings. We are only called for stuff we don't know about. So please, when I'm put in power, I will do my level best and I'll make Unsa the best and I'll be the mouthpiece for all of you. Thank you so much.
That was Noama Nirona from UCC Kavale. Next we'll have Nkahira Cynthia from the University of St. Joseph Mbarara.
Thank you so much, all protocol observed. My name is Cynthia Nkahira. I'm the General Secretary, University of St. Joseph Mbarara. I'm aspiring for Deputy Speaker, Uganda National Students Association. I am happy and humbled to be here with you, dear delegates and the students of this nation. The reason as to why I'm aspiring for this position is one, I have faced, or we have faced, a challenge of not seeing Unsa on the grassroots. I think it is being said by many people, and I am seeing it as a biggest concern that when I'm put into power, I should address to the students of this nation. And more so, Cynthia is a young budding leader. I am self-motivated, resilient youth who believes in the ideology of equipping the students of this country with various skills through proper representation for better leadership. Once again, I kindly request you, my brothers and sisters, comrades, friends, students of this nation, come and vote Cynthia Nkahira for the position of the Deputy Speaker in the 32nd Council. You will never regret. Please, I beg you. Thank you so much. May God bless you for God and my country.
That was Cynthia, and next we'll have Arikos Mariam, and finally, after her, will be Agaba Charity.
A good afternoon to you all, my fellow students in the North, East, West, and Central. I am Mariam Ichulet Arikosi, currently serving as the Guild President of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Unsa has a vision to be the most leading, vibrant students' organization, not only in Uganda, but in the world. And it starts by choosing leaders who know the unique niche of objectives that they are meant to offer to the country. The position of Deputy Speaker has one of the most key roles, which is clearly reiterated in the Unsa Constitution. And it says, to be in charge of all matters and programs concerning the human rights of students in Uganda in line with the Unsa objective. It begins by knowing what is my role going to be as your next Deputy Speaker, Unsa. My role is going to be to focus on the following issues. One, we have seen a lot of unlawful arrest, expulsion, and suspension of students within their schools and in different parts outside the country. Hardly do people come to support them when this happens. This is going to change. Secondly, there is unequal treatment of students, not only in their schools, but even outside their schools. And no one is here saying much about this. But as your next Deputy Speaker, I intend to prioritize that. We equally need freedom of thought, religion, and opinion, not only in our schools, where we have seen a lot of discrimination, and that is going to change. We have seen a lot of torture and inhumane conduct for students, and we need to finally have a voice for these students. Finally, I am here to speak and support different students living with disabilities and ensure that all refugees and international students always have asylum at all levels, and finally, to push for the rights of social justice, not only in housing, food, and even medical care in schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a request, Mariam. And finally, let's have a Gawa charity. But friends, I request you, if I tell you time up, you need to leave this microphone. Otherwise, I'll switch it off.
My fellow delegates, duty bearers, student leaders and representatives, and everyone here at Koro SS, you're welcome. I greet everyone who is with us virtually and physically, and wish you all the best in your today's endeavors. My name is Agaba Charity, vying for the position of Deputy Speaker at Unsa for the year 2021-2022. Having read the Constitution of Unsa, Article 2, Clause 3 specifically provides for the provision of the role of the Deputy Speaker, which looks at the students' rights. Here, Charity comes to strengthen the students' movement, where every student from the north, a student from Kanyabwanga SS, which is near Imaramagambo in Mitoba district, will be equal, will come and sit with a student from Gayaza, and they internalize issues affecting them as students of the Republic of Uganda. Here comes Mchigagar, who's open to the facts, who's open to the truth. Entrust me with your power, I will do the needful. Lastly, this is the new Nabanja, who respects policies but does not follow policies in times of necessity. Thank you, and trust Charity for Deputy Speaker.
Honorable, time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just listened to the candidates for interschools, the candidates for Deputy Speaker. Now we will listen to the two candidates who are vying for positions of Assistant General Secretary. We will have Niwahereza Ruth from Chambogo, and then Atukunda
Madam Deputy Speaker,
Siema.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we proceed, for us as the returning officers, we don't have the registers, we don't have other materials, but we are planning for the election to start. So
I think the returning officer just spoke to the ES. You should be able to rectify that.
But I think they have organized these elections for quite a long period of time. So we need these people, at least by this is a commanding center.
Please speak to your boss and rectify that.
Thank you.
Can we have the Assistant General Secretary candidates?
Observe time, members. Well, just calculate your words within 2 minutes.
All right.
Within 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, fellow delegates. Before you is Siema Atkunda, an aspirant for Assistant General Secretary. I am a student from Skyrona Business and Vocational Institute, and I'm the Secretary for Women Affairs, Muwende District. I stand in for Assistant General Secretary to ensure that I fulfill my mandate as by the Constitution, but as a leader, I would think that wouldn't be enough to offer for the students. As a leader, I would ought to come out to stand in with the entire team for the UNSA we've always desired to have. That's why I stand in for the UNSA we need. The Unsa we need is that Unsa that is down to the grassroots, that is having a very, very strong foundation, that even a district in Alebtong, a district like Muwende, they know about Unsa. There are districts here that are not appearing in the central region. There are districts that are not appearing, my brothers, in the north. You do not have Alebtong. Alebtong does not have delegates. Nakapiripiti, how are you people there? Don't you have institutions there? I really feel as a leader, I have to stand and bring the Unsa we need to the grassroots. And as a girl child, I would love to stand with a girl child to make sure that we have mental health sessions to have you back to the schools. There are many, many challenges that we are facing. At Kunda Siema, for Assistant General Secretary. My northern people, I love you so much. This is Siema at Kunda Lake, as you named me. My easterners, I love you.
Time.
Thank you. We'll now welcome Niwa Herzer.
Unsa Oy. Unsa Oy. Assistant General Secretary Oy. Ruth Oy. My name is Ruth Nwahereza, a student at Shambogo University and a student leader at Shambogo University. Before I go any further, I would like to bring to you my dissatisfaction. So annoyed that we registered our delegates, the three of us. Shambogo University is one of the universities with the biggest population of students in Uganda, and I'm the only delegate here. My delegates are not inclusive in the list. I'm so angry, and this is enough with Unsa. Inclusiveness has been lost in Unsa. Where is Tumwina Saj in this list? Tumwina Saj stood for presidency. Tumwina Saj is the speaker of Shambogo University. We need to know why he is not inclusive in the list. We need to know. Enough is enough. This is a time where ladies are going to stand and speak the truth. We are not scared of this. Until Saj receives his own justice, I will not keep quiet. My main purpose of aspiration is inclusiveness. If you look into all the duties, there is no special needs. I don't know who was making the constitution, but aren't people with disabilities also people in Uganda? Aren't they students? Why don't they have positions? Someone was like, secondary schools are not included, but why not people with disability? When I am voted for, as the Assistant General Secretary, I will advocate for the people with disability. In this case, the students of Uganda. I want to welcome all the delegates from the north, delegates from the central, delegates from the western, and delegates from eastern Uganda. This is Ruth Nwahereza, aspiring for Assistant General Secretary, resilient and unstoppable, to work with you in the Unsa. Thank you so much. Vote truth, vote for rejuvenation. I stand for the truth.
Thank you. That was Nwahereza Ruth from Shambogo University. Next, we will have the candidates vying for the position of publicity and information. I will have them in this order: Aliganyira Samuel Baguma, Okuk Edward, Kipea Dennis, and Achid Kasim. Please come up and speak alternatingly. Please speak, 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ariganyira Samuel from Makerere Institute for Social Development, serving as the guild. I'm here for the liberation of Unsa in the position of information. Actually, information is the main thing, and information has to be authentic. This information only remains here in Kampala. Information does not reach in other parts of Uganda. Actually, we are fighting so that we can build and create other branches of UNSA in other parts of Uganda as a country. And so, actually, I'm a serious blogger. I'm a serious blogger. So, with this, we have stakeholders. I think these stakeholders, they can help us spread this information in all the institutions of Uganda. Time out. Okay. My name is Ariganyira Samuel Baguma, Secretary for Information and Publicity, UNSA.
Thank you. That was Ariganyira. And next we will have Okuk Edward, followed by Kipea Dennis.
Edward, oye! Edward, oye! I take this honor and privilege to salute my delegates from Northern Region, delegates from Eastern Region, delegates from Western Region, and delegates who are here present. Good afternoon. My name is Okok Edward, a senior councillor, a senior politician. I was really very glad when Amson was trying to at least express his political ambition and direction. I've been a member who has been at least pushing him. So now, UNSA, as a national body that embraces all the students within Uganda, I have the objective, I have the vision, I have the whatever, at least, how UNSA should look like. Yeah? One, students have problem. My main objective is to communicate student concern. Democratically, a leader must communicate the concern of his people. We have seen how students are suffering. Especially, I'm worried with my sisters and brothers who are pursuing their bachelors, because the moment they go for masters, they will get problem, especially when you go to Makerere. When it comes to defense, when it comes to passing, for you to graduate in that level, students are getting a lot of difficulties, and students are running away from Makerere, going to other institutions. This is a concern that I must communicate it about. Secondly, I must talk about the student welfare. Student welfare, especially the district delegates, you find they have the mandate, they mobilize resources, but they don't have the audacity to use this.
Time up. Please conclude. Conclude.
Conclude. Can you bring me back on here? As I conclude, I want to thank you so much, all the delegates within this country. I say that may God bless UNSA. May God bless this country. God bless everybody. God bless this place. Thank you. Vote for Okok Edward for publicity and information. God will bless you abundantly.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Guidance, I want to remind the candidates, let's plan what we want voters to hear. Let's plan what we want voters to hear. We are going to be strictly 2 minutes, no that extra time. So please plan what you want people to hear. Thank you.
Kipea Dennis.
Thank you.
A Northern Uganda Zoe. A Eastern Zoe. A Western Zoe. A Central Zoe. A Unsa Zoe. Speaking for the voiceless Zoe. Ladies and gentlemen, before you is Kipea Dennis, currently serving as the Deputy Guild Speaker, Makerere University Business School, Mbare Regional Campus. Here before you today to kindly seek for your support, and not only the support, but I will also need your votes as well. For 1 or 2, 3 reasons, because of time, I want to be a leader who is going to look at inclusivity as key. We want to have a NEC that is going to be a NEC of consultative NEC, not carrying out issues as NEC members without the consent of the students who are #1 stakeholders, plus the district coordinators who are volunteering to do the district work voluntarily with all the hardships that they are going through in their various districts. Because of time, I want to humbly request for your support that please vote for DENS for transparency, accountable leadership, and inclusivity.
Thank you.
Thank you. May God bless you throughout this entire process.
Thank you. That was Kipea Dennis from Mobs Mbale. And finally, let's have Achid Kasim from Tinda Vocational School.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony. Here, by names, I'm called Achid Kasim from Tinda Vocational Training Institute. I'm not here to narrate history, but I'm here to bring out what I'm aspiring for. Action and work is a block of building a future for you and me. Unsa has been there for a long time. It has financial issues, of which these financial issues, most schools know nothing about Unsa, and then it is yet where they get their funds from. So I'm here, in case the mandate is given to me, I'll make sure all the schools submit their subscriptions so that Unsa carries out its programs. More so, skilling programs, I think this has to be emphasized. Mobilization of schools, most schools, as earlier on other members have said it, they don't have much information about Unsa. In Uganda, the youth, most especially the girl child, is facing sexual harassment and pregnancy issues. But told if mandate is given, I'll make sure all this is done. For this few, since time is not our best ally, I beg to stop here for God and my country.
That was Achid Kasim from Tinda Vocational School, and now we will move to the position of Secretary for Women Affairs. And in this order, we will have Nishaba Charity, Ngavire Elizabeth, Asimwe Hillary, and Arinda Lucky. Yeah, the first to speak will be Nishaba Charity, then Ngavire Elizabeth, and then the other two. Please be quick. You have only 2 minutes to make your case.
Wow, thank you so much. My name is Nishaba Charity. I'm a student at Kabale University doing Bachelor of Social Work and Social Administration, where I work as the Guild Prime Minister. And I'm contesting for Secretary for Women Affairs. I'm here to request for your support and your vote. Basing on the challenges that Unsa, or we students have been facing, I decided at least also come up and be able to do for you the following: providing fairness and equal
opportunities to all students at large. At least let everyone where he or she is, as long as he is a student, get aware of Unsa. Most of the people in deep villages or in rural areas, they are not aware of Unsa. And why? Sometimes you find most schools who are in rural areas, they are not aware. Schools in town, you find they are the ones involved in Unsa. And why? It means that there is equal opportunities are not being provided to all students. Another thing, I have been reading in the Constitution, and at least I realized that me being a candidate for Secretary for Female Affairs, I will have to be responsible, especially to my fellow ladies.
Thank you. Conclude.
Thank you. Welcome. Charity Nishaba for Secretary for Female Affairs. I kindly request for your support and your vote. Charity, oye!
Thank you, Charity. Next, we have Ngabire Elizabeth from the International University of East Africa.
Protocol observed. My name is Ngabire Elizabeth, the Vice Guild President, International University of East Africa, President Elevate Youth Uganda, and a female youth councillor from Masaka District. I am glad to be here. I'll give a scripture which comes from the book of Psalms, chapter 78, verse 72. It says, with an upright heart, he shepherded them and guided them with his skillful hand. Today we are all here and we are glad to be here. To the ladies out there, I have come up with I Elevate Club to support you. What you are going through today, I am going through the same situation. There's unemployment, there's rape, there's defilement, there's child abuse, there's family neglect. Some of us have lost our parents like me within the pandemic. That is why I come up to stand with you. You are not alone, and I want to urge you, we can work this out. And with me and you, I believe, if you know we are not going to work together, then I don't deserve your vote. But I believe that we can work together and make Uganda different, especially the youth. Thank you, Gabriel Elizabeth, Female Affairs.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next, we will have Asimwe Hillary.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say thank you for the support. Thank you for coming. We welcome you all to Central Uganda and to Kololo specifically. All protocol observed. A North, oye! A Central, oye! A East, oye! A West, oye! A Hillary, oye! My name is Asimwe Hillary, aspirant for Secretary Women Affairs. I'm a medical student from Makerere University, a delegate too. So today I stand here to seek your support, your mandate. To the ladies, I come to you as Women's Affairs contender because of my passion for the lady, for the girl child. When you look around, the girl children, or basically the women, are a marginalized kind of group. I come to you not to give a manifesto, but to preach hope to you. As a medical student, I have happened to study with girls and boys, and it so happens that we are having, when you look at the number of girls and when you look at the number of boys offering these different programs, you find that the girls are not motivated enough to come up for the science subjects. I stand as a medical student to offer hope. I stand as a lady of integrity to offer hope to the ladies out there that are watching me. Look at the pandemic. It has not only brought so many other problems, but it has enhanced the issues of teenage pregnancy, the issues of school dropouts. I'm not going into so much, but I come to you only to seek for your support, and to all the other students. I'm not an advocate for only the ladies. I'm advocate for everyone, for students' rights. Okay, as I wind up, I am advocate for students' rights. I stand for vibrancy of Unsa and so many other things. I'm going to interact with you in your capacities as I conclude.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you so much, Hillary for Women Affairs.
Thank you. And finally, let's listen from Arinda Lucky from UPI Kigumba.
Thank you so much. I salute you all in the mighty name of Jesus. I am Arinda Lucky, a student at the Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba, and I am a tested leader, a female affairs representative at the Guild Council, and I'm requesting for your mandate for the objectives here that I have. I'll stand in to support the ladies. I'll emphasize on the councils in the council body. I'll promote the Unsa scholarships. I'll stand in for ladies' promotion in the gender and advocate for their manifestos. I'll consider resilience and commitment to all our projects as ladies. I'm highly gratified to stand before you, requesting for your support and for your vote from all regions, from the central, from the north, from the east, and from the west. I really ask for your vote as Arinda Lucky. I'll be able to work with you, and I believe that I will deliver the best that you hope for. Thank you so
Lucky. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, now we will go to the candidates who stand for Secretary National Affairs. And we have 3 candidates, so we'll start with Ogwal Morish, Hafashimana Asimwe, Niwaha Dan, and Wanyera Roni.
National Affairs. Dear delegates, my name is Maurice Ogwal, an aspirant for Secretary for National Affairs. We are here to perform a national task to usher in the leadership of Uganda National Students Associations. Ogwal, oh yeah! First and foremost, delegates who are here, I want us to be aware that the institutions of students in this country is under crisis. We cannot have USE when we cannot have compulsory feeding in our secondary schools. This is one of the arguments and discussion that Unsa should start enforce from now with the government of this country. Our fellow ladies, our fellow gentlemen are no longer accessing school because of paying food dues in most of the schools in this country. For us to ensure sustainability of UPE and USC and other government programs, we must ensure that there is compulsory feeding in secondary school. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, we are having an issue to do with an institutions cluster of this country. Our different institutions are from health institutions. We have different challenges that affect us. It is a duty of Unsa to ensure that they cluster this challenge and task each and every program and project officers in department in the secretariat of Unsa. I call on you that Ogwal will ensure that it delivers the expectations of Unsa. Ogwal Morris, oye!
Time up.
National Affairs, oye! Northern, Eastern, Western, Central, Ogwal will deliver the baby that you need successfully.
Thank you, Ogwal. Thank you, thank you. Next, we will have Hafashimana Simwe from the Institute of Advanced Leadership. Oh.
Thank you so much. My name is Hafashimana Simwe, equally a student leader and a delegate from the Institute of Advanced Leadership Uganda. Western will unite with Northern, Northern shall unite with Central, and Central shall unite with Eastern. Whereas I was in Rango and Acholi the other day, they gave us a name, Olara. And Orara means a redeemer. Asimwe oye. Asimwe oye. Therefore, I want to give a few submissions. The fact that each of us is a student leader, I do believe that each of us has gotten a noble role to play as a student leader. A student from Mbale SS sits senior 6 in the same year. A student of Chitende is sitting. Both of these students, all of these students, they pay for the job forms. But aware that each of these schools are facilitated, not equally the same. And of course, when the government is awarding and rewarding these students differently, maybe be it government merit, the government doesn't care whether you have been in Mbale SS or St. Mary's Chitende. But in the next Unsa government that we need, can we see a way how we can get a policy? Remember, the loan scheme that we have wasn't there some good years back. Can't we equally have a same policy that maybe a student from Mbale SS with 12 points can equally be equated to the person from Chitende who has 18 points? This is because our sons and daughters are likely to benefit from the same policy education. I want to thank you so much, but I equally want to say that there is a need to amend the constitution. You cannot aspire for the president of Unsa unless you are pursuing a degree. That is a disservice. Student leaders are equal. After all, the leadership comes from God. Can we embrace godliness as well? I want to thank you. And I want to send my regards to those people in North, West, Central here, and Eastern. Asante sana.
Thank you, Afashimana. We will now have Newahadan. Newahadan is from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Mbarara.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all. I don't feel the noise, but I'm very positive that I have the support. People from the northern Uganda, I greet you all. People from the western Uganda, central and eastern. They have been saying, may the best candidate win. Ladies and gentlemen, the best candidate is here. I don't want to stand here and lie to you and start telling you, I want to do this, I want to do this. I basically have two things, which I believe I'll be able to do in my few months that I'll be elected. Number one, even if we stand and shout, but we do not have the time or the capacity as student leaders to have at least one meeting with the delegates from the Ministry of Education, we shall be doing nothing. In my term of office, I would want to work with the NEC members to ensure that different good leaders in the different institutions, just like they call the three of us, we can once, in our term of office, meet the Ministry of Education members and we pour out our views and our hearts.
20 seconds. Yes.
20 seconds. Anyway, people from the northern Uganda, I kindly ask you to vote me. People from the eastern Uganda, western and central. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was Newahadan from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Finally, let's hear from Wanyera Roni from UTC Elgon. Wanyera Roni, UTC Elgon. Are you here? Wow. He's not around. Okay, all right. We will let the returning officer know that. Now, we will hear from the candidates vying for the position of Secretary for International Affairs. We have two candidates, they each have 2 minutes. We'll hear from Odur Felix and then Ogwal Alex Bilal. Odur Felix.
Thank you so much. The President of the Republic of Uganda, all dignitaries and citizens of Uganda, good afternoon. The person standing before you is called Odu Felix, the political vibrator, the vibrant youth. Today I'm here before you to present competence, to present leaders who have been tested. I am the guild president of Busitema University. 6 campuses I do control. I am a passionate member of health and then governance. Today we are here to say, Omoto nawaka. Nawaka uko north, nawaka central, nawaka eastern, nawaka western. Therefore, we are preaching the agenda of unity. I come before you to present to you the action manifesto, which has 5 dogma principalities. One on that is to strengthen the leadership of Unsa across all structures. I believe I have that competence. The first leadership role I did was when I won the battle in my mother's womb to be produced as a child. Therefore, I have the competence to represent Uganda internationally. I know my position deals with diplomatic missions. I am the face of Uganda. I would like to work with students of Uganda to ensure that we represent the country. Regional involvement. The speaker talked about East Africa. The East African community, right now we are talking about a motto of one people, one destiny, about East African integration. We want to move that agenda beyond East Africa to the All Students Union. Finally, as I conclude, the other 2 points, advocacy.
20 seconds.
You must be a good communicator to advocate. Opportunities that are diplomatic. Scholarships. We will not entertain equality, but we need equity. I remain Odu Felix. My slogan is strengthening our diversity and action after action. In North,
Felix, time up.
North, I appreciate we eat cassava. They say that raw cassava tastes nice, but that has been roasted is so nice. Please support Odu Felix, the whole country. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Felix. And next we'll have Ogwal Alex Bilal from Elson University, Lira.
Thank you so much. My name is Ogwal Alex Bilal. I served as the Guild President, All Saints University, Lira. As well, I'm a candidate aspiring for Secretary International Affairs. My interests occur in this post as a result of gross violation of students' rights in the country, and as a result, it has touched my heart and inspired me to come as Secretary International Affairs. My purpose will be to actually advocate for regional council meeting and delegates meeting for the purpose of transparency and accountability in Unsa. 2, it will be my responsibility, noble responsibility actually, to advocate for financing Unsa coordinators in all these regions in the country. Actually, this Unsa coordinator has been performing a lot, has been doing needful for us, but they have not been, their welfare has not actually been seen critical. On curricular activity across the country in terms of athletics, debate, that is also what I will advocate for. Regionalization of Unsa activity. We don't want this issue of Unsa issue to be condensed in only one region. That is what we shall try most actually to abolish in this country. I want to conclude by saying that I've been a leader. I'm not a caliber who is not just coming to land a job. I've been a Guild President at Mugagro Technical Institute, a Guild President Summit Training Institute of Social Development, currently serving as a Guild President All Saints University now. Ogwal is an investment that student fraternities of Uganda will never regret. I thank you so much. Northern, Eastern, Central, please vote wisely in favor of Mr. Ogwal Alex Bilal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now we have the last 8 candidates. And right about now, we will hear from the people vying for position of General Secretary. We will have Rugumayo Roy Kusemerera, Niwamanya Godfrey, and Ampomoza Dalton in that order. Rugumayo. Coming up is Rugumayo Roy, and then he'll be followed by Niwamanya Godfrey, and then Ampomoza Dalton. Rugumayo is from Makerere University.
Eunsa! oi! Hey, Uganda, oi! Ra! Cha! Ah! Colleagues, invited guests, fellow members of council, my name is Roy Rugumayo Kusemererwa, and I'm glad to be standing before you to seek your mandate for the position of Secretary General for the Uganda National Students Association. I believe I am competent. I have a proven track record of fighting for students' rights. I have a proven track record of pushing for students as a student advocate. Okay? I've pushed for affordable education rights across this country. I don't remember how many times I have been incarcerated for the cause of affordable education in this country. I stand for a vibrant Unsa. Last year, a student called Emmanuel Tegu was murdered on university premises. Everyone around the world came up with messages of solidarity in condemnation of that brute force used against a student. Everyone else, other than Unsa, I stand for an Unsa that is going to be awake to the current realities and challenges of the Ugandan student. That student in Kabong who cannot attain her S4 exams because of a balance of 20,000 shillings. Unsa must come out and push for them and fight for them and defend them, because that is the Unsa mandate. Colleagues, you are not just students, you are student leaders. I call upon you to follow your consciences and act in the best interests of your students, so that 1 year down the road, you can be proud of the decision you have made today. A general secretary runs the institution on a day-to-day basis. I have the technical capacity to run this organization to the best it can be, to fulfill its aspirations and fulfill the aspirations of the students of Uganda. Thank you so much. May God bless you. May God bless Unsa.
Time up. Thank you. That was Rugumayo Roy. Next is Niwamanya Godfrey from Kabale University.
Our dear patron of Unsa, the Minister of Education, outgoing leadership of Unsa or the current, aspirants, general students of Uganda, I'm Godfrey Niwamanya, the Guild President, Kabale University, and General Secretary Unsa aspirant. I do request for your mandates to make it and have authority to be able to serve you. And once I'm given the mandates, I will serve you strategically as follows. 1, I will fight for the fundamental rights of the students of the Republic of Uganda as per the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, whereby all students whose rights are abused by the heads of institutions and all other government and national institution leaders shall be equally defended. Secondly, I will influence for the establishment of the Uganda National Students Credit Bank that will help the students to facilitate their academics if they are not helped by the PE and also self-raised secondary studies. And therefore, even after studying, you can go and be equally responsible for the rights that they do have to perform all what it takes to make the rights of the students also very fine. I will also do consult on arising matters from district levels and all other levels of Unsa leadership, and also to be able to ensure that these matters are followed up until they are solved. Thank you so much. Think twice before you do vote. Vote wisely, comrades. Godfrey Niwamanya is here to do serve. On the ballot paper, please remember.
Thank you. And finally, we will have Mpumuza Dalton from Bishop Stewart University.
Dalton, oi! Unsa, oi! To the students of this country, my name is Dalton Mpumuza. I am the Guild Speaker, Bishop Stewart University in Mbarara. Over the past, we've known Unsa, but the fundamental problem is that we are the problem, we the leaders. We are the representation of the 15 million students. we want to first challenge ourselves to the fact that there are students that we are going to represent. To challenge ourselves that a decision going to be taken today is going to be a decision to affect the 15 million students. And today, we must reflect on what Unsa has done and what Unsa has failed to do. It is for the fact that we know in our institutions, there are students that are being arrested, and we know that. We must also know that there are students who are unable to do examinations because they have failed to raise 100% tuition. We must know that. And indeed, we also know that Unsa has only become a de facto body for students. We need to work so harder that we need to get Unsa out of the comfort zone. Unsa has only acted at the national level to agree on a few principles, but Unsa needs to get to a student down there, and it is you, a student leader, who is able to turn up as a delegate today to go and tell your brother at home in the same capacity that Unsa exists, and it exists for every student. In my action points, I look forward for partnerships for this body, and two, I look forward for a Unsa that sustains itself. It must not be about to go to the president to sustain Unsa processes. We need to have a sustainable project for this body. And finally, we want to avoid the unreasonable policies against students. And when you vote Dalton, you voted for truth and justice for that student out there. Thank you very much. Please vote for Dalton and Pumuza for General Secretary.
That was Dalton. Now, ladies and gentlemen, so ladies and gentlemen, we now go to the two final positions that are on our leadership body. We now will listen to the candidates vying for position of Vice President of the Uganda National Students Association. Ladies and gentlemen, we will hear from Muhumuza Julia and Navasa Charity in that particular order. Muhumuza Julia and Navasa Charity.
Leaders in the north, in the central, in the west and east, I greet you all in the name of God. My name is Julia Muhumuza, and I'm aspiring to serve the students' fraternity as the Vice President of the 32nd leadership of Unsa. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond more than ever before, we need a leadership that is going to fight for the students. Right now, the issues affecting a student in northern Uganda is the same issue affecting a student in central. The impact of closure of schools as a result of COVID made it inevitable for the students to come together, have the same problems, and therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we need the same force and the same effective leadership to find the problems that affect us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have very many students fall back to USEs, but now that we have the USEs not being free, it means that we are denying a section of fellow students access to education. Julia is going to fight for free education in USEs. Ladies and gentlemen, Julia is going to fight for the government programs such as student loans to be diversified, in that those in tertiary university have the same services as those in universities. Ladies and gentlemen, Julia is going to make sure that as we adopt to the technology, we adopt with ease. I am here for a cause. I am here for the cause of the entire students' fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I am here carrying a vision of hope to a young girl that has been a victim of teenage pregnancy. I am here carrying a vision of hope to the young girl that is at the verge of dropping out. Ladies and gentlemen, vote Julia Muhumuza for the students, for the hope of all the students in Uganda. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Charity Navasa. Charity Navasa from Ndeje University.
All protocol observed. Dear delegates from northern Uganda, eastern Uganda, central Uganda, and western Uganda.
My name is Nawasa Charity. I'm the current Vice Guild President in Ndoja University. I'm a third-year student pursuing Bachelor's of Procurement and Logistics Management. Dear fellow delegates, we are here today for our cause. We are here for our dear fellow students. Students are out there crying. They are lacking tuition. Most of the students, they are not going back to school. That's because of tuition. We as student leaders, we need to stand in for the cause. We need to stand in for our fellow students. Please, student leaders, let's step in for our dear fellow students. Due to COVID-19, we have faced the challenge of teenage pregnancies. Most of our fellow dear young ladies, they are not going back to school. So kindly, dear gents and young boys, this is the time we need you more than how we need our dear fellow ladies. Please, these are young sisters of ours. They are below 18, but they are not going back to school. Please, dear leaders, esteemed leaders, let's stand in for our dear fellow young ladies. Without you, dear gents, I don't think we can protect our dear little sisters who are out there in the village. Please, for this cause, let's come in, we be open, we stand for our dear fellow students. I remain Nawasa Charity, aspiring for Unsa Vice President, and I'm ready to work with everyone, and I'm kindly requesting for your votes, for your support. I'm ready to work with everyone, dear former NEC members, I'm ready to work with you. I remain Nawasa Charity. Charity Zoe! Charity Zoe! Charity Zoe! Thank you very much for attending to me. I wish you a nice lunch. Have a blessed day.
Charity, thank you, Charity. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, let's pay attention for the final lots who are going to be the president of the Uganda National Students Association. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have Arinda Osbats, Welunga Yusuf, and Tumsime Benjamin in that order. Arinda Osbats.
Thank you very much, delegates, voters. Some information. Those who have already finished the campaigning, I would expect to receive your agent officially. I would expect to receive the agent of a candidate officially. By this I mean you are at least going to write a sheet which this agent will present to us. And we need to get serious. Order. We need to get serious and save more time, because the exercise there will be very tedious. Write me a note to the agents and present them so that I have no problem with that. Then secondly, we want to warn, before we declare those who are here. So far the number tells me we are 145 eligible voters, and we must not go beyond that. Equally, we shall be communicating what is in the other side so that we start calculating what will happen. But for this center, we have 145. 46 now. The ES is correcting. I don't know what had exactly happened, but it's telling us 146. So those are the ones going to vote. The space is quite not big enough, and therefore we shall also need to hurry up. I want to request voters, by the time you reach a place of voting, you must have made a decision. You don't waste time again to reach there and start debating. When you start debating from there, you'll be wasting more time. So we shall expect you to do it immediately, very fast, so that we move very fast and finish. We shall agree the voting process will go on as you are having lunch. We shall not wait for one activity to take place. So we shall do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now will hear from the candidate Arinda Osbat from Mountains of the Moon University, vying for the position of president.
Unsa hoye! Unsa hoye! Emperor Goma. My name is Arinda Osbat, the good president, Mountains of the Moon University. I'm here for the cause. The cause why I'm here, since Unsa was established 30 years ago plus, there is no good president from up country.
It is a mess. I don't know why we call it Unsa. I'm here for the sake. We are the young patriots. We must be in position to defend the systems of education of Uganda. We have fought for day and night, for such charges, for delaying of the academy of the Minister of Education to come with a report, to come with a statement. Here we are with 2 million points, how we are going to deliver services to all the students of Uganda through USA. First item is regular council meetings. Everybody here deserves to be a member of the council. You are not delegates. You are called upon to be council members. From council members, it's when we are going to amend the constitution of Uganda to have regional imbalancings. It's when we are going to call leaders to come and give us reports, and we can get a time to give a statement. When you are also president, you don't conduct meetings. You don't have a statement. People wake up. We are here instead of 200 plus. We are 100. Ask yourself why. Students of Uganda are not aware we have a platform. Members, wake up. Item number 2, we are going to have co-curricular activities. It's when we're going to rubber for our students. Nobody should lie you. It's going to rubber for you, unless you are talented. How are we going to make it? We are going to organize inter-schools debates, inter-faculty debates. From there, we can absorb the best student. From there, we are going to have marathons. From marathons, when we can identify a talented students. Members, colleagues, you need to know when the fatherland is no more where a patriot must die. We can't wait for a country to rule an agenda.
You have 30 seconds.
Remember, colleagues, an army led by a lion of sheep, led by a lion, is the best army. Trust in the Osbat for Unsa president. Unsa, Uganda, we love you. Trust in the Osbat for Unsa president. Zoo!
Time up, time up. Thank you. That was Arinda Osbat from Mountains of the Moon University. Next, we will have Tumusime Benjamin from Makerere University. Welunga, Benjamin, you're eating up your time. You have 5 minutes.
The most honorable most honorable delegates of the 32nd Unsa Council, our executive coordinators, distinguished members of the Secretariat of Unsa, representatives from the Ministry of Education and Sports, you are all welcome. Benjamin Tumusime is my name, and I present to you myself to become your Unsa president in order to serve what has not been done in the past 31 years. I must tell you, and I must assure you that in a period of 31 years that Unsa has been in existence, you will find that students have been marginalized to the extent that the purpose for which Unsa was established way back has not done anything, including promoting the welfare, the working welfare of our students across the board. 2, we have a challenge that even among student fraternity, Unsa itself is not well known, that we need to create an awareness, we need to have symposiums that will help Unsa deepen into the minds of our students back in rural areas. Take an example. The period under which we are living is very hard, most especially for student fraternity. You will find that 2 years that schools have been closed, there has not been enough bailout and help that has seen very many girl children getting pregnant Others are dropping out of schools, and very many others are being tortured. But we have not seen much. We have not seen much being put in place to come and save the situation. We have this body with close to 8 million memberships.
Benjamin, 1 minute.
Who are stakeholders in it? But then the rate at which they are underrated is really alarming. I would like to give you my mandate, your vote, and your support to revive the glory, the capacity, and relevance of Unsa. I can assure you that within 1 year that I'm meant to be in power, you people, Unsa will be working for everyone. What we are supposed to do, I need to do inclusive leadership that will entail a lot of consultations.
Benjamin,
that
20
will involve everyone.
seconds.
At the end, we shall see Unsa working for everyone. I remain to Msime Benjamin. I beg to vote for me as the next Unsa president.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Tumusime Benjamin from Makerere University. And finally for the day, let's hear from Welunga Yusuf from IUIU Mbale campus.
Welunga, oh yeah! Welunga, oh yeah! I'm really disappointed. I was kidnapped last night. It is the reason as to why I even reached here late. I'm again disappointed. Some students' leaders from nowhere, they are removed from the registers without any justifiable reason. Unsa is not for Easterners alone. Unsa is not for Westerners alone. Unsa is not for Northerners alone. Unsa is not for Central people alone. Unsa for the students of Uganda. However, the motto of Unsa goes, we struggle for liberation. The leadership of Unsa we've had for several years, has it liberated the students from dropping out of school? It's a rhetorical question. Have we liberated the students who are undergoing early marriages? It's a rhetorical question. Have we liberated the dropouts of schools? It's a rhetorical question. They are my fellow students. The challenges of Unsa cannot be solved by mere 20,000 shillings. Eat the money, but you should this time around vote competence. The challenges of the students of Uganda they need advocacy. We are tired of leadership that comes, goes to the office and makes the students be the stepping stones. No. This time around we are saying no. We want competency through Welunga Yusuf for presidency. Dear my fellow colleagues, it's the time to include, to bring Unsa to the grassroots, where all regions of the country shouldn't be left behind. I have been doing my country movement. I've identified the challenges of northern students, western students, central students, and eastern students. All told me one thing. This time around we want vibrant leadership. Welunga is a fighter. We are coming to fight to ensure that we assist our students. We bring Unsa to the grassroots. We involve the students' leaders in decision making. We consult the stakeholders of this association. Unsa really, it's almost a rotten association. A fish starts rotting from the head. When the president rots, the whole neck will rot. The whole students of the country will rot. This is the time to fix this. We need a vibrant president. I am not quarreling, but I am bringing the point home. They are my fellow students.
1 minute.
I know money is going to come in, but money shouldn't merely buy our conscience. 20,000 is useless. The 20,000 cannot end school dropout. What can at least end school dropout is getting Welunga Yusuf into leadership, to gear up and to have leadership. My dear brothers and sisters of Western Uganda, Mwebale Mnonga, my brothers and sisters of Northern Uganda, Afoya Matek, my brothers and sisters of Eastern Uganda, Mwanyala Mabi, my brothers and sisters of Central Uganda, Awangare Aisaba Sajja Kabaka Magulu Nyondo. This is the time we should really think of competence. My dear comrades, we need Unsa that will pattern with other NGOs. We need Unsa that will advocate for the students. We need Unsa that will pattern with National Youth Council. We need Unsa that will not do the discrimination amongst the students. Every student should be brought on board regardless of where you come from, regardless of your gender, regardless of your region, regardless of the school. A student of Kapelabiong, a student of Tisoro, a student of Mbale, we are all the same. The problems of the students of Tisoro, Mbale, East Ueda, we are all suffering the same problems. We can only fix these problems if we put Welunga Yusuf into leadership, who believes the first priority this time around in my desk is you, a student. You either sell the students of Uganda or you stand with the students of Uganda and you say, no, we are tired of this foolishness. We need the competency. Thank you very much. I'll remain Welunga Yusuf for Unsa presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Those were our e-campaigns. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while we were having campaigns, the chairperson of the National Youth Council walked in, but also briefly to note, the chairperson National Youth Council has been a student leader before he actually rose to be the national chair for the National Youth Council. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to give him a few minutes just before we proceed to elections. Mr. Ayeru Jacob. Candidates, delegates, please sit down. We are going to listen to the chairperson, National Youth Council. Candidates, I would like you to organize your delegates to sit down. Please, everyone in this tent, sit down. People at the back. Delegates, Hafashimana and your group. Karang and your group. Please, I request all of you to sit down so that we can listen to the chairperson, National Youth Council. Delegates, please take your seats. And if you do it quickly, we will proceed to elections. Delegates in this tent, please sit down. If you do it quickly, we will proceed to do the elections. I earlier said that while we were still campaigning, the chairperson of the National Youth Council walked in, and you all know the National Youth Council has the mandate for youth leadership in this country. So please sit down and let's listen to the chair, National Youth Council, Mr. Ayeru Jacob.
Thank you so much. I want to start by thanking the leadership of the Uganda National Students Association, from the speaker, the current leader, and your deputy. I want to really thank you for inviting me. And I want to thank all the people that you served with in the NEC that is outgoing. I really want to start from that. The outgoing NEC has done incredible work. When this country had students stranded and they lacked food, they were not even Ugandans. And the outgoing NEC went out of their way to mobilize food for them when everyone was wondering what we are going to eat at home. This outgoing NEC was the same NEC that went out of their way to engage
for stranded students in hostels who could not go back home when the president closed the country for a lockdown. I am saying this because there was a time when in this country, students didn't know what to do, they didn't have representation, and the country had to shut down. But their leaders spoke for them. I hope that all those voices that are running for leadership are people who are coming in these positions to lead and not to hold position. Unsa naturally has about 9 to 10 months of leadership. We call it 1 year. But there are Unsa executives that will be remembered, and there are those that will be forgotten. I want to remind you that as someone who ran this year as a candidate, you have already elevated yourself to a leader of these next executives. And so make sure that your mark is set out. From the president that will lead, I hope that you don't start off on a note on whom you are going to revenge against or whom you need to teach a lesson. You have a very short time to have an impact on leadership. I'm not going to speak so much. I am waiting very much for who is elected. But I'll remind you of 2 events in history. The first was in the southern part of Africa. A gentleman by then, a student leader called Stephen Bantu Biko, led students when Nelson Mandela was in prison to fight against apartheid. The students in their uniforms were shot at for what they believed was right. Today, everyone across Africa, everyone across the world believes that they were right. Another incident happened in Libya. Before Colonel Muammar Gaddafi then took on power, students supported the revolution to change their country. I want to tell you, 15 million people in Uganda is a very big number for causing a change in the nature of how this country is run. And as student leaders, it is your principal responsibility to change it where it is most important. And that is in how education is passed on to this country. I want to beg you in my last statement, be elected to be leaders. Don't be elected to be politicians in leadership offices. In the future, you can be politicians, and you can play and act on jargons and good speeches, but in 9 months, dedicate your time to contributing to a better country, such that 10, 15 years from now, when you and I and many others before and after you are in parliament and in cabinet, we don't have the same problems facing the students because you led them. So that in the future, we are dealing with problems of the future and not problems that persisted because of the inaction of leaders. I thank you, and I want to congratulate you on this milestone, Comrade Ariho. You are the first people after the NRM to hold a national election on an e-platform. Thank you so much for being progressive, and I hope it's an example for the incoming NEC. Don't let resources, don't let circumstances prevail over your will to work. Always find a way. I thank you, and I look forward to working with the winners and the losers as a unified team. I thank you all.
Thank you. That was the chairperson of the National Youth Council. Now, before I hand back to the returning officer, I would like to invite the executive secretary to make administrative announcements, and then the returning officer will take over. Mr. Cherukut. Thank you, the executive secretary.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of the function, and I'm more excited than when I came here in the morning. Now, Like I said, we are going to provide you a transport refund. We have got officers on those tables. One officer will be dealing with universities, another one will be dealing with districts, and another one will be dealing with institutions. But I would think that you first go and vote. After voting, you come here. Lunch is also ready. You either come for transport or you go for lunch or you
or document. You know how frustrating it can get sometimes.
One by one, make up and down, but you make cry. Love is such a game that you lose and gain. Says I say some more, because don't get so much. Uli chimulisa, usaba tovamo. Oh, tene mwefune muba, na wela batuli na muchicha. Obulungi bano yedini, zejagala okubamo. Eddoboozi lyakahinduka ebiseera byokosa n'akamwenyu byonna. Ekyo kikula kyagamba soboze kutunuulira n'olusonyi lukwata. Kusaba tonjanyweza, nywera omukwano gwe nnina ntoko kipimo kya ttaano. Kusaba tonjanywera, nyweza omukwano gwe nnina ntoko kipimo kya ttaano. Twagala ebisooka n'ebisembayo, twagala ebirijja n'ebiriddako, twagala nnyo ebisingayo. Biseera bingi nze nesunanako, saanyalina nfansi mu mutima gwo, twagala nnyo ebisingayo. Oli mulungi nga obwakatya, omukisa omunene ogwange gwe mbala, amaaso gagameeru bugantunuuliza, n'akayindo kabalala ko gwe kulina binnyonyogera. Kasusuko kalungi kanneewunyisa, kakubaganya kandeka nga neebuuza nky'oba watondebwawo muli yatonda balalala. And then your kisses, I always wanna have them in my wishes. My one and only princess, you're the only pieces. Kwagala ebisooka n'ebisembayo, kwagala ebirijja n'ebiriddako, kwagala nnyo ebisingayo. Biseera bingi nze nesunanako, saanyalina nfansi mu mutima gwo, kwagala nnyo ebisingayo. up and down, but you may cry. Love is such a game that we lose and gain. Yeah, says that says some more because don't get so much. Uli chimuli, chimulisa, usaba tovamu. Oh, tene mwefu ni mbuba, na wela batuli na kuchichamu. Yeah, bulungi wa.
If you have ever needed a government service or document, you know how frustrating it can get sometimes.
Go, pay in the bank, then come back and join the line.
Please, go to room 23.
First, take the form to the account's office to get it stamped.
Take 7 copies of each document,
Come back after 20 working days.
Things are about to change. Using UG Hub, a common platform that enables government offices to share data. UG Hub means that information is accessible and well protected by a system to which all public offices are connected. So when you need a government service or document, you go online to the respective institution, and based on your request, the public officer gets your necessary data in real time by accessing UG Hub. You will not play the role of messenger for different offices anymore. UG Hub reduces the effort, cost, and time you spend dealing with government offices. UG Hub. Life made easy.
UG Hub is a product of NITA Uganda.
Chechikula chaga nyweza nywera omukwano gwenina ntoko kipimo kya ttaano kusaba tutanywera nyweza omukwano gwenina ntoko kipimo kya ttaano kwagala ebisooka n'ebisembayo kwagala ebirijja n'ebiriddako kwagala nnyo bibi ebisingayo biseera bingi ze nesunanako saanyalina fasi mu mutima gwawo kwagala nnyo bibi ebisingayo oli mulungi ngawo gwakatya omukisa omunene ogwange gwembala amaaso gagameeru bugantunuuliza n'akayindo kabalala kugwekulira binnyonyogera kasusuko kalungi kanneewunyisa kakulaganya kandekanga neebuuza ncoba watondebwawo muuli yatonda balalala and then your kisses I always wanna have them in my wishes my one and only princess you're the only pieces kwagala ebisooka n'ebisembayo kwagala ebirijja n'ebiriddako kwagala nnyo bibi ebisingayo biseera bingi ze nesunanako saanyalina fasi mu mutima gwawo kwagala nnyo bibi ebisingayo eddoboozi lyakahinduka ebiseera by'okosa n'akamwenyumwenyumwenyu naye ekyo ekikula kyagamasuubunze buntunuulira n'olusonyisoonyisonyi lukwanya kusaba tonja nyweza nywera omukwano gwenina ntoko kipimo kya ttaano one by one make a band over to make cry love is such a game that we lose and gain. Seza sesamo tongeza omukwano oli kimuli ekimulisa kusaba tovamu otene bwefune kuba nawe laba tulina mukikyamu obwo obulungi bwano yeddiini ze gyenjagala okubamu eddoboozi lyakahinduka ebiseera by'okosa n'akamwenyumwenyumwenyu naye ekyo ekikula kyagamasobonze buntunuulira n'olusonyisoonyisonyi lukwanya kusaba tonja nyweza nywera omukwano gwenina ntoko kipimo kya ttaano kusaba tonja nywera nyweza omukwano gwenina ntoko kipimo kya ttaano kwagala ebisooka n'ebisembayo kwagala ebirijja n'ebiriddako kwagala nnyo bibi ebisingayo biseera bingi ze nesunanako saanyalina fasi mu mutima gwawo kwagala nnyo bibi ebisingayo oli mulungi ngawo gwakatya omukisa omunene ogwange gwembala amaaso gagameeru bugantunuuliza n'akayindo kabalala kugwekulira binnyonyogera kasusuko kalungi kanneewunyisa kakulaganya kandekanga neebuuza ncoba watondebwawo muuli yatonda balalala and then your kisses I always wanna have them in my wishes my one and only princess you're the only pieces kwagala ebisooka n'ebisembayo kwagala ebirijja n'ebiriddako kwagala nnyo bibi ebisingayo biseera bingi ze nesunanako saanyalina fasi mu mutima gwawo kwagala nnyo bibi ebisingayo eddoboozi lyakahinduka ebiseera by'okosa n'akamwenyumwenyumwenyu bwennayo ekyo ekikula kyagamasugunze kuntunuulira n'olusungisongisonyi lukwanya kusaba tonda nyweza nywera omukwano gunnina ntoko kipimo kya ttaano kusaba tonda nywera nyweza omukwano gunnina ntoko kipimo kya ttaano nkwagala ebisooka n'ebisembayo nkwagala ebirijja n'ebiriddako nkwagala nnyo b'ebibyo ebisingayo biseera bingi zinesunanako saanyalira fansi mu mutima gwo nkwagala nnyo b'ebibyo ebisingayo
If you have ever needed a government, if you have ever needed If you have ever needed a government service or document, you know how frustrating it can get sometimes.
Go, pay in the back, then come back and join the line.
Please, go to room 23.
First, take the form to the accounts office to get it stamped.
Make 7 copies of each document, document.
Come back after 20 working days.
Things are about to change. Using UG Hub, a common platform that enables government offices to share data. UG Hub means that information is accessible and well protected by a system to which all public offices are connected. So when you need a government service or document, you go online to the respective institution, and based on your request, the public officer gets your necessary data in real time by accessing UG Hub. You will not play the role of messenger for different offices anymore. UG Hub reduces the effort, cost, and time you spend dealing with government offices. UG Hub. Life made easy.
UG Hub is a product of NITA Uganda.
home. with the person to.
Hello? Hello? Please, let's go and vote because we are stopping voting at exactly 5. So if we really, if it clocks 5 and you have not voted, please don't complain. So whoever has finished eating, please proceed to the voting ground.
Spiritual. Marvis Ponte. Brazil. You know this. Medicine G. Alien Beats. See how she dey carry my matter for your head, oh. Say for your head, oh. See how she dey carry my matter for your head, oh. For your head, oh. For your waist, for your waist. Make I tell them something. For your waist, for your waist. Make I tell them something. Shaby they don't they talk now. Say their mouths don't they run past us a boat now. Give me the lighter quick, make a puff loud. Too many blessings coming through, they know if you turn down. Been effing with the beats, make her come now. Going higher every day, I know if it come down. I know if it come down. Going higher every day. See, I'm the nigga with the trigger, turn the rapper to a singer. Money oozing like a winger, ever blazing like a singer. See the boy is getting bigger, no retreat, no surrender. Then they hit, then they meta, you know say cocky, no the leather. See how she dey carry my matter for your head, oh. Say for your head, oh. See how she dey carry my matter for your head, oh. For your head, oh. For your waist, for your waist. Make I tell them something. On your waist, on your waist. Make I tell them something. An African man, no they talk too much. An African lady, she know they talk too much. You carry my matter, not for your head, not for your head. You carry my matter, so that's a head, that's a head. And if you leave me, and I go free you too. And if you drop me my matter, you know go heavy. See how she dey carry my matter for your head, oh. Say for your head, oh. See how she dey carry my matter for your head, oh. For your head, oh. For your waist, for your waist. Make I tell them something. On your waist, for your waist. Make I tell them something. I probably see for this life, nobody hold it pass. Why you they from down? They from high class. You're so unfortunate you're broke, you got no cash. 247 hustling, you just talking trash. I stay focused on my lane, I know they ever crash. Your talk be like fresh weed, I just dey puff and pass. Too much money in the bank, make I just splash. Nigga, make I just splash. Cause I'm willing every beat, I'm over killing. Bro, chasing man, I'm digging any trophy, man, I'm winning. Marvis on the beat, wonderful feeling. You know it's a wonderful feeling. See how she dey carry my matter for your head, oh. Say for your head, oh. See how she dey carry my matter for your head, oh. For your head, oh. For your waist, for Make I tell them something. Make I tell them something. See, I should carry my matter for your head, oh. Say for your head, oh. See, I should carry my matter for your head, oh. For your head, oh. For your ways, for your ways. Make I tell them something. For your ways, for your ways. Make I tell them something.
It ain't hard to tell, I excel and prevail. Young niggas raised in hell but taught well. Made sales and managed to evade jail. Blessed though the road to success wasn't paid well. But here we are, breathing, fought demons. Never get caught sleeping, rather get caught dreaming. Now me and my niggas be flying across seas. Laughing at the days we used to rack tall tees. Now we rack shows out in London. Wondering how they even heard of me. Never did occur to me if I get to the top one.
Byo yitamu bikwase mukama kuba bisobora.
We have Noah Mani Rona Christine. Agaba Charity. Arikosi Miriam. Agaba Charity. Arikosi Miriam. Noamani Rona Christine. Arikosi Miriam. Agaba Charity. Arikosi Miriam. Arikosi Miriam. Arikosi Miriam. Agaba Charity. Arikosi Miriam. Kahira Cynthia. Kahira Cynthia. Kahira Cynthia. Arikosi Miriam. Kahira Cynthia. We have Agaba Charity. Kahira Cynthia. Akiriosi Miriam. Agaba Charity. Agaba Charity. Agaba Charity. Kahira Cynthia. Agaba Charity. Agaba Charity. Arikosi Miriam. Arikosi Miriam. Arikosi Miriam. Charity. Arikosi Miriam. Arikosi Miriam. Kahira Cynthia. Kahira Cynthia. Arikosi Miriam. Arikosi Miriam. Arikosi Miriam. Kahira Cynthia. Kahira Cynthia. Arikosi Miriam. Kahira Cynthia. Arikosi Miriam. Kahira Cynthia. Agaba Charity. Agaba Charity. Agaba Charity. Arikosi Miriam. Agaba Charity. Kahira Cynthia. Kahira Cynthia. Kahira. Could be a problem with them. Agaba Charity. Arikosi Miriam. Kahira Cynthia. Charity. 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 Agape Charity. Kahira Cynthia. Agaba Charity. Agaba Charity. Agaba Charity. Hi, Arikeso Miriam. Miriam. Agaba Charity. Cynthia. Rona
and gentlemen,
Christine.
you are watching on the screen the live footage from the Oyam and Gulu teams who are doing their vote counting. It's really groundbreaking. Thank you very much, Nira, for this groundbreaking super fast internet that's enabled the Uganda National Students Association to conduct the first virtual election that brings together all the regions.
Has been casted for Deputy Speaker. Remaining here. We are going to count. The first one is for Agaba Charity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. That is for Agaba Charity. Did not witness any invalid votes. I thank you because we had only wise voters. We don't have any invalid votes. You went to school. This is for Arikosi Mariam. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Arikosi Mariam got 34 votes. As I told you earlier on, we don't have any invalid votes. We are moving to the third one, that is Nkihirwa Cynthia. Nkihirwa Cynthia, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25. 25.
my head's on pretty straight, you know what I mean? Probably have a relatively realistic view from where I'm coming from. Man, if people can get this much from a song that I've written, that means that I'm
DJ Mo Music.
You know what time it is. Straight up. All right, what's up? Listen. See my. Young boy, one year no. Mini binti mamua. Hey, Billy Batakwa. I'm going to be
Position of the president.
Benjamin, Yusuf, Benjamin, Yusuf, Benjamin, Yusuf, Benjamin, Yusuf, Benjamin, Yusuf. Benjamin. Benjamin. Ospat. Benjamin. Benjamin. Ospat. Yusuf. Benjamin. Benjamin. Yusuf. Benjamin. Benjamin. Yusuf. 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 Benjamin. Benjamin. Yusuf. Yusuf. Benjamin. Yusuf. 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 Osbat. Yusuf. Osbat. Yusuf. Benjamin. 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 Yusuf. Benjamin. Benjamin. Yusuf. Yusuf. Osbat. Benjamin. Yusuf. 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 Benjamin. Yusuf. Yusuf. Osbat. Yusuf. Yusuf. Benjamin. Yusuf. Yusuf.
I do it, answer. No weapon fashion against me shall prosper. Like
Osbat. Yusuf. Yusuf. Yusuf, 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 Benjamin, 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 Yusuf, Benjamin, Osbak, Yusuf, 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 The basket is empty. We are counting now. We are starting with us. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Benjamin, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. That boy, oh, we're longer used to. We have 1, 2, 3. Starting our press. We have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 9, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 9, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. My dear delegates, the voting was perfect. There was no for that wise voting.
Nice to meet ya. I feel like a winner if I can take it to Dina. She's the keeper. Told my friends you could get the pins and you could get the keys to the beamer. Come and see now, see my P now. Pronouncing Zoom, see I see B now. Carolina, judge the P now. Might call you, but when you don't say me, I know me now.
So we are going to the Vice President. People there. And then Nabasa Chache.
Thank you so much. We had 96. So our counting is based on 96. They either voted for Charity or Julia. So our counting begins. The two agents, you are for Charity. You are for Julia. Yeah. Charity. Julia. Charity. Mohamuza Julia. Charity. Charity. Julia. Charity. 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 Julia. Charity. Charity. Julia. 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 Charity. Julia. Charity. 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 Julia. 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 Charity. Charity. Julia. Charity. Julia. Julia. Charity. Julia. Julia. Charity. Julia. Julia. Charity. Julia. Charity. Julia. Julia. Charity. Julia. Charity, Charity, Julia, Julia, Charity, 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 Julia, 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 Charity, Julia, Charity, Julia, Julia, Charity, Charity, Julia, 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 Julia.
Charity, Charity,
Julia, Julia, Julia,
Cynthia, Roma,
Charity,
Cynthia,
Julia,
Charity,
Charity,
Cynthia,
Charity,
Cynthia,
Charity, 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 Julia, Charity, Charity, Julia, Charity, Charity,
Mr. Sunday, we are counting.
Julia,
We are counting for Lona. 1, 2,
there's nothing here.
4,
it's completely empty.
5,
the vote, there is no invalid vote.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
These are the balances.
12.
These are the balances out of 150, 96 voted. So we are left with that much.
Have you taken note?
So we are going to the counting. We are beginning with the nearest to me.
We are counting for Charity.
We are counting
1, 2, 3,
1,
4,
2,
5, 6.
Julia, Muhumuza Julia. What I'm counting is for Muhumuza Julia. Okay.
10.
You come on.
11, 4.
I count and then he picks them. 1,
14,
2,
15,
3,
16,
4,
17, 18, 19,
8,
20,
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
We are now going to Nabasa Charity. I'm beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
17,
7, 8,
19, 20,
10,
21, 22, 23,
14,
24, 25,
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 46 plus is 96. Our votes are all accounted for. Thank you.
Agents for General Secretary. Agents.
So next, we are going for the counting for the General Secretary. Of the agents. If the agents are not there, let us have the coordinators come to represent them. Here we have 3 candidates. Ampuza Dalton, Namiwanda Godfrey, Rogomayo Roy. So we need 3 coordinators to come and represent the agents.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, these are the votes casted for the General Secretary. In total, we had 96 votes. We are yet to establish who got how many. Dalton, the first Dalton. We have Dalton, we have Rukumai Roy, we have Dalton, 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 Rukumai Roy, Roy, Rukumai Roy, Rukumai Roy, Rukumai Roy, Rukumai Roy, Rukumai Roy, Godfrey, Rukumai Roy, Godfrey, Rukumai Roy, Dalton, Godfrey, Dalton, Dalton, Godfrey, Dalton, Rukumai Roy, Rukumai Roy. Have Godfrey, Dalton, Rukumai, Dalton, Rukumai Roy, Rukumai Roy, Dalton, Godfrey, Rukumai Roy, Godfrey, Dalton, Rukumai Roy, Dalton, Rukumai Roy, Rukumai Roy, Godfrey, Dalton. Rukumayo Roy, Rukumayo Roy, Rukumayo Roy, Godfrey, Rukumayo Roy, Rukumayo Roy, Dalton, Dalton, Roy, Rukumayo Roy, Rukumayo Roy, Rukumayo Roy, Rukumayo Roy, Rukumayo Roy, Dalton. Godfrey, Rukumayo Roy, Godfrey, Dalton, Godfrey, Dalton, Godfrey, Godfrey, Roy, Godfrey, Dalton, Godfrey, Roy. We Rukumayo Roy, Rukumayo Roy, Dalton, Godfrey, Dalton, 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 Rukumayo Roy, and Dalton. So those were both casted for the position of General Secretary. Now this votes casted in favor of Ampumuza Dalton. 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Now, votes 11 for Roy. Ewamanya Godfrey. 1, 2.
We are counting for Newamanya Godfrey. 1, 2,
6,
3,
7, 8,
3,
9,
4, 5,
7,
6,
12,
7,
13,
8,
14,
9, 10, 11, 12,
17, 18,
13,
19,
14, 15, 16, 16, 17, 18,
these were the votes
19,
in favor of
20,
Roy.
24, Newamanya Godfrey.
2, 3,
We are counting from Pumuza Dalton.
5.
Pumuza Dalton, 1, 2,
7, 8,
3,
9,
4,
10,
5,
11, 12,
6,
23,
17,
24,
18,
25,
19,
26, 27,
20,
28,
21,
29,
22, 23, 24,
31,
32, 33,
39,
34, 35, 36, 37,
41. Asante sana kwa vote.
38, 39, 40.
So next, we are going for the counting of the votes for the Assistant General Secretary.
44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
Can I have here the
51,
agents for these two? Atukunda, Siema,
53,
Hereza,
54,
from here.
55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70 for Ampumuza Dalton. One invalid. Agents for the Assistant General Secretary. Agents, Assistant General Secretary. You are for? Eh? Agent for Niwahereza Luz. Register yourself from JB. Coordinator Rwanda. Coordinator Rwanda, register agents, please. It's okay. As long as it's in the box. You registered yourself from him? Okay. Assistant General Secretary. Yes, sir. Where are they going? Agents for General Secretary, come and confirm with the returning officer. Come over and cross-check with the returning officer.
Ruth, Ruth, Siema, Siema, Ruth, Siema, Ruth, 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 Siema, 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 Ruth, 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 Siema, Ruth, Siema, Siema, Ruth, Siema, Ruth, 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 Siema, Siema, Ruth, 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 Siema, Ruth, Siema, Ruth, 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 Siema, Siema, Ruth, Siema, Ruth, Ruth, Siema, Ruth, 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 Siema, Ruth, Siema, Ruth, 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 Siema, 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 Ruth, Ruth, Siema, Ruth, 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 Siema, Siema, Ruth, 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 Siema, Ruth, Ruth, Siema, Ruth, 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 Ruth. Yes. We are counting, we are counting. Members, we are counting. We are starting with Atkunda Siema for the post of Assistant General Secretary. And Siema 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Assistant General Secretary Atkunda Siema, 33. Atkunda Siema, 33. Are you taking note? Yes. Once again, Assistant General Secretary Nuwahel's Ruth. Ruth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68. Nuwahere Zarut, 68. Invalid votes, 2. Invalid votes, 2. Getty. Okay.
number of votes system. But no one has it. What was the wrong box? What was the wrong box?
Secretary, Information and Publicity. Clear the table. Agents for those candidates. Have those ones, have them. We are removing the seals. The agents for candidates for Secretary for Information and Publicity. Agent for Aliganyira Samuel. Agent for Achidi Kasim. Agent for Kipea Dennis. And the agent for Okuku Edward. Agent for? Okay, the coordinators who are here can still stand as sympathizers. Secretary, Information and Publicity. Arrange, there were 4 people. Please clear the table. Clear the table. You first arrange. First arrange, first arrange, first arrange. First arrange. Arrange. Arrange, arrange, arrange.
You tell those people to
Arrange, we are arranging for Secretary for Information and Publicity.
They are starting with the meeting, we are finishing. We go together, you boy. Why are you like that? You wait for me clearly. The students over look like what? I'm telling you to be patient, you're impatient. Just for 10 minutes. Be patient for like 5 minutes. When you refuse them to come, they really say you are down. Now they are putting on pressure because apart.
So we are 4 people.
We have Baguma. Baguma. We have
This one is invalid. This one has made a tick and has crossed to the other candidate. Invalid. Invalid.
Baguma.
Dennis. Kasim, Dennis, Kasim, Baguma, Dennis, 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 Edward, Dennis, 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 Baguma, Dennis, Kasim, Baguma, Dennis, 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 Dennis. Invalid, invalid. There are two symbols. Dennis, 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 Dennis. Baguma, Dennis, 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 Dennis. Kasim, Dennis, Dennis, Dennis. Baguma, Dennis, Dennis, Dennis. Edward, Dennis, 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 Dennis. Baguma, Dennis, Okuk, Kasim, Dennis, 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 Dennis. Kasim, Kasim, sorry. Baguma, Edward, Kasim, Dennis, Dennis, Baguma, Dennis, Edward, Dennis, Dennis, Kasim, Dennis, Dennis, Edward, Kasim, Dennis, 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 Kipea, Dennis, 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 Kasim, Dennis, Edward, Dennis, Kasim, Dennis, 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 Kipea, Dennis, Baguma, Edward, Dennis, Dennis, Baguma, Dennis, and Dennis. Okay, so we shall start with Baguma. The first one on the list, Baguma. Baguma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Total votes for Baguma, 11. Kasim, for Kasim. Kasim, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Total votes for Kasim Achidi, 12. Okuku Edward. Okuku Edward. Okuku. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Total votes for Okuku Edward, 08. Now, Kipea Dennis.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Kipea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. 37. Next is Mpande Frederick. Frederick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 for Frederick. And lastly, yes, lastly we go to Kasowore Yvonne Josephine. Josephine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Josephine. Invalid 2.
Agents for female affairs agents. Female affairs. We need agents. You register with the coordinator Rwanda. Register with JB. Huh? Secretary for female affairs. Female affairs. How many are there? We have four agents, right? We have it here. Register. Agent for Luce, for Luce, for Hilary, for Elizabeth, for Charity. You are for? How about for Luce? Agent for Luce. A volunteer. A volunteer. Okay. For Luce Alina. You begin.
Okay. Secretary of Female Affairs. Nishaba Charity. Asimwe Hilary. Elizabeth. Hilary. Charity. Hilary. Invalid. Hilary. Elizabeth. Charity. Elizabeth. Charity. Hilary. Charity. Hilary. Elizabeth, Hilary, Charity, Hillary, Charity, Hillary, Charity, Elizabeth, Charity, Hillary, Elizabeth, Charity, Elizabeth, Hillary, Charity, Elizabeth, Charity, Elizabeth, Lucy, Charity, Elizabeth, Hillary, Charity, Elizabeth, Hillary, Charity, Hillary, Charity, Elizabeth, Elizabeth. Starting with Alinda Lucy for Secretary for Female Affairs, 1 vote. Alinda Lucy, 1 vote. Ngabire Elizabeth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 for Ngabire Elizabeth. Nishaba Charity, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Asimwe Hillary. Agents for international secretary for international affairs. Secretary for international affairs, we have Felix and the Ogwal Alex Bale. Agents for Odul Felix and Ogwal Alex Biral. Can we have volunteers? Can we have volunteers, please? Volunteers. You register with him. Hey, wait, there. Vamos, vamos. Secretary for International Affairs, Odul, Ogwal, Ogwal, Odul, Ogwal, Odul, Ogwal, invalid, Ogwal, 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 invalid, Ogwal, 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 We are starting with Ogwal Alex Biral. Ogwal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32. For Alex Ogwal. Odul Felix 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 7, 8, 9, 60, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. You go. Yeah, and 2 invalid. 2 are invalid. Yes. Agents for Secretary National Affairs. Secretary National Affairs for Asimwe, for Dan, for Molish, for Rone. You register with the JB. JB. You register with JB, Secretary National Affairs.
So we'll count or do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 30.
Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Asimwe, Dan, 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 Asimwe, Asimwe, Dan, invalid. Noah Dan, Asimwe, Asimwe, Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Morris, Asimwe, Dan, 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 Asimwe, Dan, 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 Asimwe, Dan, Morris, Dan, Morris, Asimwe, Dan, Morris, Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Asimwe, 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 Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Asimwe, Dan, Asimwe, invalid. So we are starting with Wanyera. Wanyera Ronnie, only one vote. Ogwal Morris, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for Ogwal Morris. Afatimana Asimwe, Asimwe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. 41 for Asimwe. Liwaha Dan 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54.
Agents for Information and Publicity.
Information and Publicity. How many are there? There are 4. Agents for Ariganyira Samuel Baguma, Achidi Kasim, Kipea Dennis, and Okuk Edward. Agents for Okuk Edward, Kipea Dennis, Achidi Kasim, and Ariganyira Samuel Baguma. Ariganyira Samuel Baguma. We need agents, please. Volunteers. Volunteers. Candidates names, we have Ariganyira Samuel Baguma, Achidi Kasim, Achidi Yossi, C. You have got the name of your family? Dennis? I also something. You need another one. Samuel, Dennis, Samuel, invalid, invalid, Dennis, Okuk Edward, Dennis, Okuk Edward, Samuel, Edward, Edward, Kasim, Edward, Dennis, Samuel, Edward, Edward, Samuel, 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 Edward, Samuel, Edward, Samuel, Samuel, Dennis, Kasim, Edward, Samuel, Edward, invalid, Kasim, Kasim, Okuk, Edward, Samuel, Kasim, Samuel, Okuk, Samuel, Dennis, invalid, Samuel, Edward, Dennis, Samuel, 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 Kasim, Samuel, Dennis, Kasim, Samuel, Kasim, Edward, Samuel, Samuel, Dennis, Samuel, 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 invalid, Edward Samuel. Kasim Edward Samuel Kasim Edward Samuel Dennis Edward Samuel Edward Dennis Samuel Edward valid Samuel. We are starting with Edward. Edward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Edward. Okup Edward. Okay, we're counting for Ashid Kasim. Yes, please. Edward has 27. Okay, we go in. Ashid Kasim 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ashid has 10. Ashid Kasim 10. Yes, sir. Ashid Kasim 10. Prepare Dennis 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Prepare Dennis 14. Prepare Dennis 14. Agent, hello. Agent for Dennis to come back and sign. Prepare Dennis 14. We go in for Ariganyira Samuel Baguma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. 41 for Ariganyira Samir Baguma. 41, and we have invalid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 invalid. Okay, agents for vice president, you'll be lining up here. Agents for vice president, you'll be lining up here. On the vice president, we do have, that is who? Muhumuza Julia and Nabasa Charity. Agents for Julia and Charity. Agents for Julia and Charity. Agents for Julia and Charity. Time for waiting is no more. We can have volunteers. You're there? Okay, please. We just tap and come. You register. We are time back. Okay. Okay, we go.
danger is seen.
It is your favorite #1 Nigerian saxophonist. My name is Yemi Sax.
One, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75. So Okok, Edward, 75. Thank you. Yes, 75. We are requesting now that we have come to the end of the vote counting. So we are requesting Mr. Farouk to come around. Yes, I believe now we are starting to go to the end.
Our distinguished delegates, I expect all of you to be around here now so that we wind up the important day for the 32nd NEC. I would love to say the delegates will this way. Meanwhile, our guest of honor, the RDC, who is representing the national patron of Unsa, and the team to come this way. Delegates, come this side. They will come this way. One RDC, I hope that setting is good for you to see. It's okay? Thank you. Okay. Delegates, move closer here. We shall have a very short speeches. The first one coming from the presiding officer, who will also release the result. After the presiding officer, I expect the host institution to welcome the delegates at this juncture. In turn, we shall have the Executive Secretary Unsa in Northern Region ground. After that, we shall have former board member of Unsa, who is an alumni, to give a parental guardian to Unsa. Thereafter, we shall have the guest of honor, who is none other than the RDC of the place, who is standing for the national patron of Unsa. If we are organized, then we kick off the interest of time. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would love to say our guest of honor, you are really welcome to grace the today Uganda National Student Election in Northern Region. Sincerely, I would love to say the election in this region exercises a lot of transparency, yet you have seen The delegates have even shown also their integrity, that they are good leaders for tomorrow. Delegates would love to employ you to carry the same to your school, institution, and university. Without wasting time, would like to call the returning officer, declare the outcome of the votes that were cast in Northern Region. The final result and declaration of the winner is done from Kampala, the central point. The returning officer, the floor is yours.
Our chief guest here present, the RDC, the DPC with us, the chairperson LC5, the DSO, the DO, the host a teacher, the Unsa alumni, the distinguished student leaders here present, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Here speaking is Madam Patricia Achomo, the district Unsa coordinator OYAM, being entrusted with the responsibility of seeing that the election of the Greater North goes on smoothly and gets finished peacefully. Our guest of honor and the distinguished guest here, seated in front of you, are the student leaders from the Greater North of Uganda, that is from Karamoja region up to West Nile, in representation of 3 per district and then per institution or university. We were supposed to have a total of 129 student leaders, but we have ended up with 96 of them participating in this election. Here present are also the different coordinators who have really helped to see that this election gets on well. So I'm here to declare the results of what the August House has come out with. I'm starting with the Deputy Speaker. We could have had 12 positions being campaigned for, but 2 positions were unopposed. The Speaker went unopposed, and Secretary for Finance. So those 2 were not elected in this forum. So right now, I'm declaring results from the Deputy Speaker up to the Secretary for Information and Publicity. So for the position of the Deputy Speaker, we had Agaba Charity, who got 33 votes. We had Arikosi Miriam, got 34 votes. We have Inkiriwa Kathia, got 24 votes. We had Nowani Roni Christine, she had 4 votes. We did not get the invalid votes, and we did not get the spoiled ballot papers. The total number of the people who casted the votes were 96. I'm going to the position. Okay. So for the position of the Deputy Speaker, in the Greater North, we are declaring Arikosi Miriam with 34 votes as the winner in our region here. I'm moving to the position of the Unsa president. We had 3 candidates, Arinda Ospat, Tumosime Benjamin, and Weronga Yusuf. This is how they scored the votes. Arinda Ospat got 8 votes. Tumosime Benjamin got 33 votes. Weronga Yusuf got 55 votes. That means in a Greater North, we are declaring Weronga Yusuf as our winning candidate in the race of the Unsa president. I'm moving to the position of the vice president. We had two candidates, Moomuza Julia and Nabasa Charity. Moomuza Julia got 50 votes, and Nabasa Charity got 46 votes. We did not get invalid votes. We did not even get a spoiled ballot paper. The number of the valid votes casted was 96. And therefore, in the Greater North, we are declaring Moomuza Julia as the winner in the Greater North for the vice president. Unsa Oye, we are very cold. Let us be clapping for the winners. Remember when the opening ceremony was being made, the alumni, the minister for sports, Mr. Bua said, when we win together. Even when we lose what? Together. So let us be happy and give support and give morale. So I'm moving to the position of the General Secretary. We had three candidates. Mpumusa Dalton got 35 votes. Then Nimawanya Godfrey got 20 votes. Then Rogamayu Roy Kusameriwa got 41 votes. That means we did not get invalid votes. All the 96 were valid, and therefore in the Greater North, we are declaring Rogamayu Roy as the General Secretary for the General Secretary for Unsa in the 32nd election. I'm moving to the position of the Assistant General Secretary. We had two candidates, Atukunda Siema, and then Niweriza Ruth. Atukunda Siema got 66 votes. Then Niweriza Ruth got 30 votes. And we did not get invalid votes, and all the 96 were good votes. Therefore, Atukunda Siema, we are declaring her as the winner for the Assistant General Secretary in the Greater North. We are pushing to the position of the Secretary for National Affairs. We had four candidates. Afsimani Asimwe, who got 28 votes. Niwerisa Dan got 25 votes. Ogwal Morris got 43 votes. Then Wenyera Roni did not get any vote. And we didn't also get invalid votes. So therefore, in the Greater North, we are declaring Ogwal Morris as the winner for the Secretary for National Affairs. We are moving to the position for the Secretary for Interschool Affairs. This is where we had many candidates. We had Atelinda Matthew Ronnie got 5 votes. Ayet Stella got 29 votes. Kasuwolo Ivan Josephine got 4 votes. Mpande Frederick got 4 votes. Nagudi Sarah got 19 votes. Then Nagati Haisha got 34 votes. Therefore, we had 1 invalid vote. And we are declaring Nagati Haisha as the winner for the Greater North with the 34 votes. We are pushing to the position for Secretary for International Affairs, where we had 2 candidates, Odur Felix and Ogwal Alex Bilal. Odur Felix had 93 votes. Ogwal Alex Bilal had 3 votes. We did not have invalid votes. Therefore, all the 96 were valid, and we are declaring Odur with 93 votes as the winner for the Secretary for International Affairs from the Greater North. We are moving to the position for Secretary for Female Affairs, where we add 4 candidates. Arinda Lucy got 2 votes. Asimwe Hilary got 64 votes. Ngabire Elizabeth got 6 votes. Ninsaba Charity got 23 votes. Therefore, from the Greater North, we are declaring Asimwe Hilary with 64 votes as the winner for the Secretary for Female Affairs from the Greater North. We are moving to the last position, and that is position for the Secretary for Information and Publicity. We had 4 candidates. Alengirwa Samuel Baguma got 8 votes. Asidi Kasim got 4 votes. Kipeya Dennis got 8 votes. Okuk Edward got 75 votes. We had 1 invalid vote. And therefore, we are declaring Okuk Edward with 75 votes as the winner from the Greater North for the Secretary for Information and Publicity. So that made our election from the Greater North to be filled up. All the positions required at the national level from our side, we have done whatever was expected of us with the cooperation from all parties, both the delegates and then the officials. Our guests of honor from the Greater North, these are the student leaders who have come through. Yes. Farouk, you give? So let our regional coordinator give. So I beg to hand here, declaring these results for God and my country.
Formed as follows.
Thank you so much. I think the returning officer, I think should give her something more than that clap. Asante sana.
Total number of votes cast, 102. We had 1 spoiled vote. Total ballot papers received at the station, 150, and used 48. Therefore, I want to use my authority as the returning officer to declare Agaba Charity as the deputy speaker
call upon
for this election
the head
from
of this
Western region.
institution who also does morning
Our deputy speaker
come and
as far
officially
Western region is concerned.
welcome us in his home. Sir, you are welcome.
I now go to the post of Assistant General Secretary. Atkunda Siema, 33 votes. Noire Zarus, 68. Total number of votes invalid, 2. Valid votes cast, 102. Votes received at the polling station, 150. And used 48. I therefore want to declare Noire Zarus as the Assistant General Secretary as per this election from Western region. Next is General Secretary. I want to inform the members that we had 3 delegates, other candidates. 1, Ampumuza Darton, Nomanya Godfrey, Rugumayoloi Semegwa. Total votes cast, 102. Invalid, 1. Total number of votes counted, 102. Number of spoiled, 0. Number of ballot papers received at the station, 150. And used the ballots, 48. And I want to use my authority as the returning officer to declare Ampumuza Darton as the General Secretary from this election held at Mayanja Memorial, Western Uganda. Next is Secretary for Female Affairs. Alinda Rusi, 1 vote. Asimwe Hirare, 48. Ngabire Elizabeth, 16.
Ninshava Charity, 43. Total number of votes cast, 102. Number of votes invalid, 00. Number of ballot papers counted, 102. Spoiled ballot papers, 00. Ballot papers received at the polling station, 150. And used ballot papers, 48. Using my authority as the returning officer, I want to declare Ninshava Charity as the female affairs from the election from Western Uganda. Next is Secretary for Interschool Affairs. We have Atulinda Matthew Ronnie, 37, Ayet Stella, 08, Kasowole Ivan Josephine, 06, Mpande Frederick, 12, Nagudi Sala, 10, Ngati Aisha, 27, total number of votes cast, 102, total number of votes invalid, 02, ballot papers counted, 102, spoiled ballot papers, 00, total number of ballot papers issued at the polling station, 150, and used ballot papers, 48. Therefore, I want to use my authority as the returning officer from this election from Western Uganda to declare Atulinda Matthew Ronnie as the Secretary for Interschool Affairs from this election held from Western Uganda. Next is Secretary for International Affairs. We had two candidates, that is Odul Felix and Ogwaro Alex Bilal. Odul Felix managed to get 63 votes. Ogwaro Alex Bilal, 32. Total number of votes cast, 102. Total number of votes invalid, 02. Total number of ballot papers counted, 102. Total number of spoiled ballot papers, 00. Total number of ballot papers issued at this polling station, 150. Total number of unused ballot papers, 48. I therefore want to use my authority as a returning officer to declare Odu Felix as the Secretary for International Affairs from this election held at Mahanja Memorial, Western Uganda. Next is Secretary for National Affairs. We had 4 candidates. One is Hafashimana Asimu, who scored 41 votes. Noire Zadan scored 54 votes. Ogwaru Morish has 05 votes. Wanyera Loni, 01. Total number of votes cast, 102. Total number of votes invalid, 00. Number of ballot papers counted, 102. Number of ballot papers spoiled, 00. Number of ballot papers issued to the polling station, 150. Number of unused ballot papers, 48. I therefore want to use my authority as the returning officer to declare Nuwahele Zadan, who managed to get 54 votes. Therefore, he is the Secretary for National Affairs from this election held today at Mahanja Memorial, Western Uganda. Next is Secretary for Information and Publicity. We had 4 candidates. One is Ariganyira Samuel Baguma, who got 41 votes. Achidi Kasim, 10. Chinpeya Dennis, 14. Okuk Edward, 27. Total number of votes cast, 102. Number of votes rejected, 06. Number of ballot papers counted, 102. Total number of spoiled ballot papers, 00. Total number of ballot papers issued to this polling station, 150. Total number of unused ballot papers, 48. I therefore want to use my authority as the returning officer from this election held at Mahanja Memorial, Western Uganda, to declare Aliganyira Samuel Baguma as the Secretary for Information and Publicity. Lastly, but not least, we have the post of President. We had 3 candidates who showed interest. One is Alinda Osbert, who got 39 votes. Next is Tumusime Benjamin, who got 29 votes. And lastly is Werunga Yusuf, who got 33 votes. Total number of votes cast, 102. Total number of votes rejected or invalid, 00. Total number of votes counted, 102. Total number of spoiled ballot papers, 01. Total number of ballot papers issued to this polling station, 150. Total number of unused ballot papers, 48. Therefore, using my authority as the returning officer, I want to declare Alinda Osbert as the president from this election held at Mayanja Memorial, Western Uganda, with 39 votes. Lastly, vice president, we had 2 candidates, Mumuza Julia and Navasa Charity. Mumuza Julia scored 41 votes, Navasa Charity 31 votes. Total number of votes cast, 102. Total number of votes rejected or invalid, 00. Sorry. Total number of ballot papers counted, 102. Number of spoiled ballot papers, 00. Total number of ballot papers issued to this polling station, 150. Total number of unused ballot papers, 48. I therefore want to use my authority as the returning officer, as per this election held from Mayanja Memorial Institute, Western Uganda, to declare Mumuza Julia as the vice president from this election held today, 1st November 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for the calmness and the stability. We have not received any cases so far, which implies that the election has been free and fair. I congratulate the candidates who have succeeded or might become successful, but also congratulate those who have not made it, because at the end of the day, we are all leaders and winners, for this association is ours as students. I want to wish you journey mercies as we get back to your districts. Safe journey.
They call me the Africa Sax Oracle. My name is Yemi Sax.
Thanks.
Yusuf, 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 Welunga, 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 Yusuf, Welunga, 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 Yusuf, 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 Benjamin, Yusuf, 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 Welunga, Welunga, Yusuf, 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 and Yusuf. Arinda Osbat, 1. Invalid, 1. Benjamin Tumusime, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, Welunga, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 90, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Therefore, as a returning officer for Eastern Region, I want to declare the results for the post of Unsa. Enough declaration forms for everyone. You come and take a photo, and we shall relay the results to the tallying center in Kampala. May the God who brought you take you back safely. Thank you very much.
They call me the Africa Sax Oracle. It is your favorite #1 Nigerian saxophonist. My name is Yemi Sax.
We have been. Order. You give us, you finish up, we want to use that space for light. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to wind up with the exercise. And I want to request that the commissioners, you come here. I want the commissioners leave those people there. The commissioners, I want you here. Derek, leave alone the results. For those ones I'm saying, I want the commissioners here. I want you here. Let's carry this one here so that we proceed on with the other process. Yeah, the exercise of voting is over. Now we should tell people what has come out, what exactly has transpired. Live.
They call me the Africa Sax Oracle. My name is Yemi Sax.
Now, the commissioners are supposed to be there. We want to get these results. Yeah, the Electoral Commission members, please, you are required to be here so that we tally the results. We want to tally the results. But we need to confirm where have we got the results. From those ones. They are temporary. We need officially those guys to declare to us. Yes, they are supposed to declare to us the results as for us we enter. But as for you, continue the constitution. Yes, yes. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, we want to call the other centers. The technical person, I want us to begin with Mbarara. Please, commissioners, settle down so that you are able to receive these results and have those forms. The other commissioners who have not come here, please. I can see you just moving. I want you here. I want as many as 10 so that whenever they read the post, then you are the one taking up the entries. Please, the commissioners, those who have not come, I see you seated there. I'm calling you. That guy is there. Yes, Matovu, you are needed here. The other commissioners, please come. We must be set to receive the results from the other centers. You are seated there. Is there? You have left him there. Yes. Sir? Senyange, my friend, we are calling for commissioners. You are there. Please add on another table so that everybody can be able to write. Have a pen, have a form. As for the 10 posts, get a chair. This is over. Anderson, get a chair and we get set. Kizito, distribute those forms to each one. Have a pen so that as they send us the results, you enter the results. Master the form you have, the post you have. So that if they say Deputy Speaker, then you are taking the records, you are taking the entries. Is that one okay? Yes. Thank you very much. As Arian said, we are linked up with the other 3 centers. Please get where to sit. The commissioner cannot get a chair, get a chair. You are looking for what? Pen. Come for a pen, it is here. But you have nowhere to sit. Is it by Zoom?
We are receiving results from other centers.
We have a lost and found phone here where we are electing from. I tell type so you come and pick it. It's yours. So we are requesting that you connect us to Mbarara, they give us whatever. It is impossible. So he's going to give us the results. Mr. Speaker, sir, and yes, the other centers are off. So we are waiting to get information from the other centers. Are you going to use the loudspeaker for us to get those results?
Hello.
Hey.
I'm calling Farouk.
Yeah, call Farouk, then we put on the microphone. Because those people, I think, left.
Yes.
For them, they went.
Yes, Mr. Farouk?
Yes.
Yes, we want the results. Can you? We want the results. We want the results. Yes.
Northern.
Yes. On phone? Okay, do so. Of what? Just send on WhatsApp, then we receive them. Send the results on WhatsApp, we receive them if they are ready. Now, this guy is going off again himself. I'm calling him and telling him let me read.
The form there, can you read the results and
Put
we
on
start
round.
to tabulate? You read.
You do.
My phone, I don't know whether it will finish.
Please.
Oh, your phone is collapsing?
So we call Julius.
Okay, let him.
You call Sandy.
Yes, please.
Sandy.
Yes, speaker is unopposed. Okay,
yes, put in.
Put.
Chiruja.
Remove
That we give him 1 minute.
That's Northern.
This is Sandy. Let's get to if Sandy is ready.
Then switch off first. Switch off.
Yes, Sandy. Do you have the results ready? Do you have the results ready with you? Do you have the results ready with you?
Hello, Sandy. Empty.
As if Mado, you are still counting.
As if they were not ready to. The results.
Sandy, how are you? Can you read us
Yes,
the
Farouk.
result? Can you read
Yeah,
us
you
the
can now
result?
read.
No, read.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker,
Put on the thing.
Agaba Charity 33.
Be here.
Arikosi Miriam 34. Nkahirwa Cynthia 25. Nowani. Wait, Nowani. He was muted. Hello, yeah, proceed. Okay. Farouk. Let me just call. Farouk.
Let him.
Just read. We wanted to use technology, but was refusing. Can you begin afresh?
It has gone off. No, you could.
Julius is calling from Barara. Okay, from Barara. Yes? Can you give me results? You read. Oh. Okay, you go near the returning officer, we get the results. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, we want you to read the results. Why do you want to WhatsApp? Read the results. People want to hear the results. Yes. You begin with the post you have ready.
Let's start afresh.
This one is connected. Hello? Yes, begin. Which post? Begin with the post, then start telling us. Information and publicity.
Which region?
This is Mbarara.
That's Western.
You begin. Aliganyira Samuel Baguma. 41. Go on. Achit Kasim. Yes,
sir. Can you take a peek of the...
Yes. Yes, Sandy. Uh-huh.
What about this time?
You are going to repeat.
I repeat. Okay, Secretary for Information and Publicity.
This one is good to connect there.
Information and Publicity. You want to say hello?
Yes.
I'm saying Information and Publicity.
Information and publicity.
Which region?
Ariganyira Samuel Baguma.
Western.
Araganyira
Samuel Baguma.
Samuel Baguma.
41.
41.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Achidi Kasim.
Achid Kasim.
10.
10.
Kimpea Dennis.
Kipeya Dennis.
14.
14.
Okuku Edward 27.
Okuk Edward.
27.
27.
Yes. You also want me to read the invited votes and all that?
Yes, all of them. We want all of them.
Okay, number of votes cast for candidates 102.
Votes cast 102.
Yes, invalid 06.
Invalid 06.
Ballot papers counted 102.
What? Come again?
Ballot papers counted
Okay, ballot papers counted
102.
102.
Spoiled ballot papers 00.
Invalid or spoiled.
Spoiled
Okay.
00.
00.
Ballot papers issued to the polling station 150.
150.
Unused ballot papers 48.
Used ballot papers 48.
Unused 48.
Unused, okay.
Yes. Next post,
Another position,
Secretary for Interschool Affairs.
Secretary for Interschool Affairs.
Yes. Aturinda Masironi. Are you there?
Aturinda what?
Masironi.
Masironi.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ayet Stella.
How many for Matthew?
08.
Come again?
Ayet Stella 08.
No, he didn't give us the results for Matthew.
Give us the results for Matthew.
Matthew has 37.
Matthew has 37.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
Ayet Stella 08.
Ayet Stella 08.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Kasowole Ivan Josephine
Josephine
06.
06.
Vande Frederick 12.
Vande Frederick 0?
12. 12.
Okay.
Nagudi Sarah
Nagudi Sarah
10.
10.
Ngati Aisha 27.
Ngat Aisha 27.
Valid votes cast
Valid votes cast
102.
102.
Invalid 02.
Invalid 02.
Number of ballot papers counted
Number of the ballot papers counted
102.
102.
Number of spoiled ballot papers 00.
Spoiled papers
00.
00.
Number of hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Number of ballot papers issued to the polling station 150.
150 ballot papers.
Then unused ballot papers 48.
Come again. Unused 48.
48.
48.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Next.
Yes.
Next we go to international affairs.
International affairs.
Yes. Odur Felix.
Come again.
Odur Felix.
Odur Felix.
Yes. 63.
63.
Yes. Ogwaru Alex Bilar.
Ogwaru.
Alex Bilar.
Yes.
32.
32.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Number of votes cast 102.
Okay.
Rejected or invalid 02.
Invalid or rejected? 02.
02. Ballot papers counted 102.
Go ahead.
Number of spoiled ballot papers 00. Are you there?
Yes.
Ballot papers issued at the polling station 150.
150.
Unused 48.
Unused?
48.
48.
Yes.
Go ahead.
General Secretary.
General Secretary.
Yes.
Yes.
Ampumuza Dalton.
Ampumuza Dalton.
70.
70.
Nwamanya Godfrey.
Yes.
20.
20. Nwamanya
Yes.
Godfrey.
20.
Yes.
Rugumayo Roy.
Rugumayo Roy.
11.
11.
Total votes cast 102.
Total votes cast 102.
Yes. Invalid 01.
Invalid 01.
Papers counted 102.
Papers counted
102.
102.
Spoiled 00.
Spoiled 00.
Ballot papers issued at the polling station 150.
150.
Number of ballots unused 48.
The unused 148.
No, 48.
48, yes.
Yes. Next is Assistant General Secretary.
Assistant General Secretary.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Atkunda Siema.
Atkunda Siema.
33.
33.
Nuwahereza Ruth.
Nuwahereza Ruth.
68.
68.
Yes.
Yes.
Number of votes cast 102.
Number of votes cast 102.
Yes. Invalid 02.
Invalid 02.
Ballot papers counted 102.
Come again.
Ballot papers counted
Yes.
102.
102.
Yes. Spoiled ballot papers 00.
Spoiled 00.
Yes. Ballot papers issued at the polling station 150.
Come again.
Ballot papers issued at the polling station 150.
150.
Yes. Number of unused ballot papers 48.
Unused ones 48.
No, 48. 48.
Yes, 48.
Unused they are 48.
Unused they are 48. Please
Yes.
go ahead.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Agaba Charity.
Agaba Charity.
43.
43.
Yes. Arikosi Mariam.
Yes.
08.
08 Mariam.
Yes. Nkayigwa Sincere.
Nkahirwa Cynthia.
36.
36.
Norman Rona Christine 14.
Yes.
Number of votes cast 102.
Yes.
Invalid 00.
Yes.
Ballot papers counted 102.
Yes.
Spoiled 01.
Yes.
Ballot papers issued at the polling station
Yes.
150.
Yes.
Unused ballot papers 48.
Yes.
Next is national affairs.
Come again.
National affairs.
National Affairs.
05.
05.
Wanyera Puroni.
Wanyera Ronnie.
Yeah, Ronnie.
Yes.
01.
01.
Votes cast.
Yes.
102.
Come again.
Number of valid votes cast.
Hello.
Number of valid votes cast.
Yes.
102.
102.
Invalid 00.
15.
Invalid.
Invalid.
00.
00.
Ballot papers counted.
Yes.
102.
102.
Spoiled.
Go ahead. Spoiled.
00.
00.
Ballot papers issued to the polling station.
Yes.
150.
150.
Yes.
Yes.
Unused 48.
Come again.
Unused 48.
Yes.
You have information on publicity already?
Come again.
I'm sure. Now we go to the post of vice president.
The post of the vice president.
Yes.
Yes.
Muhumuza Julia.
Yes.
71.
71.
Yes. Navasa Charity 31.
Navasa Charity 31.
Yes.
Yes.
Number of valid votes cast.
Yes.
102.
Let me hope that the vice president position you are very active. Yes.
Number of valid votes cast.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
102.
Yes.
Number of votes invalid.
Yes.
00.
Yes.
Number of ballot papers counted.
Go ahead.
102.
Yes.
Spoiled 00.
Yes.
Ballot papers issued to the polling station.
Yes.
150.
150.
Unused 48.
Unused 48.
Yes.
Yes.
Last day, the president.
Yes.
Alinda Osbert.
Yes.
39.
39.
Umusime Benjamin.
Yes.
29.
29.
Werunga Yusuf.
Yes.
33.
33.
Yes. Total number of votes cast 102.
Yes.
Invalid 00.
Yes.
Number of ballot papers counted 102.
Yes.
Spoiled 01.
Yes.
Ballot papers issued to the polling station.
Yes.
150.
150.
Unused ballot papers 48.
Yes.
Yes. I think that's all. They make 10 positions.
10 that is. What about female affairs?
Female affairs.
Yes.
Female affairs. Let me check. Female affairs. Let me check briefly. Okay, this here. Arinda Rake.
Yes, go ahead.
01. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Arinda Rake 01.
Yes.
Asimna Hira 41.
Yes.
Ngabire Elizabeth 16.
Yes.
Nishaba Charity 43.
Yes.
Total votes cast.
Yes.
102.
Yes.
Invalid 00.
Yes.
Ballot papers counted 102.
Yes.
Spoiled 00.
Yes.
Ballot papers issued at the polling station 150.
Yes.
Number of unused ballot papers 48.
Yes.
Yes, that's all.
Okay, thank you, the team from Barara and the returning officer.
You are welcome, sir.
Please, thank you for the great work.
You are welcome.
Another region? Which line? Anybody was sending me WhatsApp information here. No, you read. Where are they? But they are not filled. Imagine, you follow that. Jeez.
This position is, which position is Agaba Charity? Which position? Okay. Which position? Agaba Charity. Please, which position is Agaba Charity?
Which position is Agaba Charity? Deputy Speaker. Okay.
Okay, East. Deputy Speaker, Agaba Charity 59. Arikosi Mariam 28. 22. Cynthia 34. Eastern Uganda Deputy Speaker, Agaba Charity 59. Maria Marikosi 22. Nkahirwa Cynthia 34. Rona Christine 9. We move. Let's go to the critical part on what is happening with this one also. Next.
President. Why you read from there?
From here. Is this president?
Yeah.
Arinda Osbat 01 for president. Tumusime Benjamin 9. Welunga Yusufu 113. Next is Assistant General Secretary Natkunda Siema 88. And then Ruth Muhereza 36. Next. Next is
Vice President.
Vice President
Muhumuza
Muhumuza Julia 84. Nabasa Charity 38. Next. Ampumuza Dalton. Is that for General Secretary?
Yeah.
Ampumuza Dalton 31. Niwamanya Godfrey 9. Rugumayo Roy 33. 83. 83. Rugumayo Roy Kushemererwa 83.
Then what about down?
Next. Arinda Lucky 05. Arinda Lucky is for which post? I'm not seeing.
Asimwe, that is Asimwe Hirare. Female
Okay,
affairs.
female affairs. Arinda Lucky 5. Asimwe Hilare 87. Ngabire Elizabeth 6. Ninshaba Charity 25. Next is Aliganyira Samuel. This is for which position?
Publicity.
Publicity Secretary. Aliganyira Samuel Baguma 11. Achomo Kasim 12. Kipeya Dennis 91. Okuk Edward 8. Next. Let's go to where Odur Felix is. Foreign Affairs. We shall repeat the other. Odur Felix 109. Ogwal Bilal 14. Now the repetition you are asking. Information Publicity Aliganyira Baguma Samuel 11. Achomo, is it Achidi Kasim 12. Kipeya Dennis 91. Okuk Edward 8.
So which position is remaining?
The power. Inter-school affairs. Matthew Ronnie 11. Ayet Stella 3. Kasowole Ivan Josephine 7. Who is this? Who? Frederick.
Frederick Amponde.
Amponde Frederick 2. Nagudi Sarah 68. Ngati Aisha 32. Next, Afashimana Asimwe 51. Muhereza Dan 9. Ogwal Morish 56. Wanyera Roni 7. That's what I have. I think it is over. Northern.
Faruku has not yet sent. I'm calling, is not picking.
Maybe I sent it.
Could have sent it to you.
You got announced for this place.
No, you did do once.
But then where are the results?
No, but we can't declare half.
I'm saying declare for
which one?
Our you have not done.
We have
the ones we got
for Central.
Why can't we read those ones? Let's read for Kololo if they are ready.
Just a paper by paper, eh? Just a paper by paper.
He has not sent.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, these are the results for Kololo, the main center. We are beginning with Secretary for Information and Publicity, Aliganyira Samuel Waguma, got 43. Achidi Kasim, 18. Kipeya Dennis, 56. Okuku Edward, 37. General Secretary, Ambumza Dalton, 44. Niwamanya Godfrey, 34. Rugumayo Roy Kusemererwa, 77. Vice President.
You take those ones. Take those ones.
Vice President. The results coming in here. So, Muhumza Julia, 95. Navasa Charity, 60. Then, Secretary for International Affairs, Oduru Felix, 107. Ogwala Alex Bilali, 45. Then Deputy Speaker.
What do you want? Right here?
Deputy Speaker, Agawa Charity.
Just put them down. 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 Push them down.
Agawa Charity, 55. Arikosi Mariam, 44. Kairwa, 38. Nuamani Rona Christine, 16.
This one else here.
Secretary for National Affairs, Hashmana Asimwe, 57. Noire Zadan, 41. Ogwal Morris, 53. Assistant General Secretary, Atukunda Siama, 75. Noire Darus, 80.
President, Arinda Osbat 36, Tumusime Benjamin 45, Werunga Yusuf 73. Then Secretary for Female Affairs, Arinda Ruse 10, Asimwe Ilare 87, Ngavire Elizabeth 29, Nishava Charity 28. Secretary for Inter-School Affairs, Alinda Matthew Roni 28, Ayet Stella 24. Excuse me? Send us results on WhatsApp, right? Okay, fine. Okay. Secretary for Inter-School Affairs, Arinda Matthew Roni 28, Ayet Stella 24, Kasowole Ivan Josephine 18, Mpande Frederick 07, Nagudi Sarah 40, Ngati Aisha 37. Those were results from this station here. Commission has received them, and then we receive the ones of Gulu. International, yes, sent. Yeah. I need now. You have got, eh? Yeah. I've got for good. These are results from Gulu. Commissioners be there. Commissioners be ready to enter these results. What is the position? Deputy Speaker. It is here. Deputy Speaker, Agava Charity, 33. Arikos Mariam, 24. Ngairwa, which name is this? Ngairwa Cynthia, that's 25. Then Nuamani Ronnie Christine, 04. Yes? Arikos Mariam, that what is wrong? 30? Yes, it's 34. Now 34. Then, let's see another one. Position of Vice President, Mumza Julia, 50. Navasa Charity, 46. Have you finished? The position of General Secretary? These names. Amhumuza Dalton, 35. Then this one. Nuwamanya Godfrey, 20. Rugumayo Roy Kusomererwa, 41. This is Secretary for National Affairs. This guys. Afasumana. Asimwe. No. I think we can move them like that. It will be better. So that,
Okay.
yeah.
Afashimana.
Afashimana Simo is 28.
Yeah.
Then Noire Zadan 25.
28.
28.
25.
Not 8. That's 8. I think it is 8 or 5. How can he rate the other one up and?
It's 25.
25. Ogwal Morris 43. Those were only 3 can.
No. Wanyera Ron.
Wanyera Ron is 0-0.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
This one. School of International.
Secretary for Interschool Affairs, Ronnie 05, Stella 29, Josephine? Yes, Josephine 04, Frederick 04, Sarah 19, and Aisha 34. Secretary for Female Affairs, Lucky 02, Hillary 64. Is it this? Elizabeth 06, and this is Charity. Charity 28. 28.
23.
Charity is 23, not 28. Charity is 23 instead of 28. No, they were written and not scanned, just so we are having a challenge a bit. Secretary for Information and Publicity. We're not finished this, okay? Baguma is Samuel. Samuel Baguma 08. Kashim 04. Dennis 08. Is it 8 or 3? 08. And Edward 75. Secretary for International Affairs, Felix 93, and Alex
18.
13.
03. Yes, 03.
Alex 03. Position? Assistant General Secretary. Shema 66. Ruth 30. That's all. 96, yes? Yes? CMI 66, Ruth 30. Total is 96. I can see also it down here. That's all. Any other position? President? Vice President. Let him first cross check. Also, he jumped it. General Secretary. National Affairs. The President's position should be very small, not long like that. This one is also too long, eh? Equally that. So let's wait to connect back again. We see where they send us results for the presidency. Yes, we have not received the results for the president's office. Presidents. Yeah, these ones you can even read. Just read, just read. Yeah. The rest are okay? Just read. Be ready, the one with the copy for the presidents. Okay. Alinda Osbat, 08. Tumusime Benjamin, 33. Werunga Yusuf, 55. Total votes, number of votes cast, 96. The invalid 0. Total votes counted, 96. Spoiled 0. Ballot paper issued, 150. Unused, 54. Welcome. Keep around as if we want you, then we can give you a call and give us more information in case we want. Now, commissioners, you are supposed to start tallying those results. Tally the results so that we are able to declare the results. Derek, where are you going? We want to tally the results. Eh? No. Tally the results and submit so that we declare. Where are the commissioners? Please come and we declare the results together. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for this exercise so far we have reached. We want to thank the candidates for having participated in these elections. As we see new leaders for Uganda National Student Association. We want to thank the delegates who turned up and they have been able to vote. We want to thank everybody for his or her input. The security men, the organizers, the catering section, the coordinators, and I think also our visitors who graced the function. And above it all, the electoral commissions for the so far work they have done. We want to thank you that we have been peaceful, and our prayer is we also end peaceful. Just in a few minutes, we should be able to declare the results or the scores. The others are just seated. Why are you? What's happening? Henry, what could be happening? Your friend is not doing work. Can't you give him one paper, then he also goes to starting? The last one. How about these ones? They are handling also the other. Yeah, we thank you for your patience, those who are still around. And we want to wish well those who are already traveling back. We have 10 positions to declare. Those which have been competed for. But you know we have the others who went through unopposed. Give us the results. As we declare the results, Automatically, the winner will be joining us here to make the work easy. We thank everybody. Derek, finish up here first. Finish up here first. We are waiting, people are working here. Let's first finish up here. Join them, we finish first because all other members are waiting for only to hear what the outcome is. But I know you've been adding also. Curfew time, you hurry up. We are going to comrade. We are not going to share. I'm just going to do what the police now. I waste the time.
Okay, that means I complete even the
Yes, complete here. We'll just only sign it last. For the bring me for the presidency last. For the president. You're still in time. You are telling us. Those of us who are moving very fast. Those which are ready, you give here. Those which are ready, you give here so that I be also signing.
Yes, yes,
yes.
You receive the declaration. Because automatically they already even the candidate, I think.
Oh, this one is what? This one's what? I said you bring me only like this.
Which one?
This one. The final one, which is this one. This one is the total. This one is already balanced. This is the one that's supposed to use for the clearance. This is the one. This one just keep to them. We want this one. That final one, the one able to handle it. Yes. They're the ones I want. You cannot write in words, Derek.
You write in words.
They need to go to finish that. so far, they are so far only 2. They are so far only 2 out of 10.
My name is Yemi Sachs.
Assistant General Secretary and Secretary from the School of Affairs. He has only got 7. DJ. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have already forms which have already been tallied here. As we wait for the few which are remaining, allow me, as the returning officer, to start declaring those which have reached our desk. And that's what I was talking over this one. This one, the presidency. This one should be declared the last, not so? Because that's what is keeping people here. Yes. I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast as recorded on the declaration of results form from all the polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Muhumza Julia, 300 votes. Navasa Charity, 173 votes. Accordingly, as a returning officer for Unsa 2021 elections, and in accordance with the Unsa Constitution, I declare Muhumza Julia, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes, as the elected candidate for the position of Vice President. Hmm? 175. Sorry, okay. Order. Let's first have order. Information and publicity. Can we have order to allow others to listen to the results? Let's end peacefully. Let's not bring in, you're going to celebrate. Information and publicity. I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast as recorded on the declaration of results form from all the polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Aliganyira Samuel Baguma, 103. Ashidi Kashim, 44 votes. Kipeya Dennis, 169 votes. Okuki Edward, 147 votes. Accordingly, as returning officer for the Unsa Elections 2021, and in accordance with the Unsa Constitution, I declare Kipeya Dennis, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes, as the elected candidate for the position of information and publicity. National Affairs. I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast as recorded on the declaration of results form from all polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Fasmana Asimwe, 177 votes. Niwahereza Dan, 129 votes. Ogwal Morris, 157 votes. Wanyera Rone, 12 votes. Accordingly, as returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, and in accordance with the Unsa Constitution, I declare Hashmana Asimwe, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes, as the elected candidate for the position of National Affairs. Female Affairs position. I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for the Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast, as recorded on the declaration of results form from all the polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Arinda Lake, 18 votes. Asimwe Hilary, 279 votes. Ngavire Elizabeth, 57 votes. Ninshava Charity, 119 votes. Accordingly, as returning officer for the Unsa Elections 2021, and in accordance with the Unsa Constitution, I declare Asimwe Hilary, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes, as the elected candidate for the position of Female Affairs. The position of Secretary for International Affairs, I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast as recorded on the declaration of results form from all the polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Odur Felix, 372 votes. Ogwal Alex Bilali, 94 votes. Accordingly, as the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, and in accordance with the Unsa Constitution, I declare Odur Felix, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes, as the elected candidate for the position of Secretary for International Affairs. Deputy Speaker, I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast as recorded on the declaration of results form from all the polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Agava Charity, 190 votes. Arikosi Mariam, 108 votes. Nkahirwa, you said this name, you read it first. This one. Cynthia. Nkahirwa Cynthia, 133 votes. And Nuamani Rona Christine, 43 votes. Accordingly, as returning officer for Unsa 2021 elections, and in accordance with the Unsa Constitution, I declare Agava Charity, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes, as the elected candidate for the position of Deputy Speaker. The position of General Secretary, I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast, as recorded on the declaration of results form, from all the polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Amumuza Dalton, 180 votes. Niwamanya Godfrey, 83 votes. Rugumayo Roy Kusemererwa, 212 votes. Accordingly, as returning officer for the Unsa 2021 elections, and in accordance with the Unsa Constitution, I declare Rugumayo Roy Kusemererwa, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes, as the elected candidate for the position of General Secretary. Position of Assistant General Secretary, I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast as recorded on the declaration of results form from all the polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Atukunda Siema, 269 votes. Niwahereza Ruth, 214 votes. Accordingly, as returning officer for Unsa 2021 elections, and in accordance with the Uganda National Students Association Constitution, I declare Atukunda Siema, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes cast, as a elected candidate for the position of Assistant General Secretary. The position of Secretary for Inter-School, I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast as recorded on the declaration of results form from all the polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Atulinda Matthew Ronnie, 81 votes. Ayet Stella, 64 votes. Kasawolo Ivan. Who's this? Is Ivan? Ivan Josephine, 35 votes. Mpande Frederick, 23 votes. Nagudi Sarah, 137 votes. Ngati Aisha, 130 votes. Accordingly, as returning officer for Unsa 2021 elections, and in accordance with the Uganda National Students Association Constitution, I declare Nagudi Sarah, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes, as the elected candidate for the position of Secretary for Inter-School Affairs. This is the only one remaining. Yes, I first declared the other one. Ladies and gentlemen, with the powers entrusted in me as the returning officer for today's exercise, and having got the list of candidates who contested for these different positions we have in the NEC, it so happened that we had the positions which were unopposed. I want to use this opportunity also to officially declare Speaker. Yes. To declare Agava Kenneth Ampunda as the speaker. Where is he? Then the other one is. Then also at the same time declare Honorable Okwar Brian as a candidate for Secretary of Finance. Okori. Okay. Then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to declare the last biggest position we have on the planet of Unsa. The position of the national president. I, Kugonza Henry, being the returning officer for Unsa Elections 2021, having verified and tallied all the votes cast as recorded on the declaration of results form from all the polling stations, declare that the total number of valid votes cast for each candidate as follows. Arinda Osbat, 84 votes. Tumusime Benjamin, 116 votes. Werunga Yusuf, 274 votes. Accordingly, as the returning officer for Unsa 2021 elections, and in accordance with the Unsa Constitution, I declare Werunga Yusuf, who has obtained the highest number of valid votes cast, as the elected candidate for the position of Unsa President.
For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up, stand up. champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's getting close.
Can we have order? I right now hand over to the speaker to dissolve this gathering as we head to move somewhere. But as you head,
I'm on the move.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to everybody. And I want to thank you so much for your patience. It has been a very wonderful function. Congratulations once upon, congratulations. Now the handover will be next week on Friday and it will be in State House. Okay? And swearing in ceremony at the same time. I therefore adjourn this assembly. May God bless you. May God be with you for God and my country.
Kakonga Ivan. Me, I don't need again to talk. Kakonga Ivan from Savannah.
Kakoge?
Ivan.
Ivan?
Hey.
Somebody called Kakonge. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Timu kuleta mkono. Timu kuleta mkono. Timu kuleta mkono.
We slope down. We go to our bus.